Oh, 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 oh. Oh, good. Sitting is difficult. Very exhausting. Very, very tricky and difficult to do. Lethal weapons. "23 years old. With each passing year, more and more priests and laymen are becoming adherents of the new faith. The sermons of Abbot Leonard and his supporters are resonating with people. The new believers proceed towards the peak of the pillar while defying the law of Isacius. They are led only by the love of the twins. As Patriarch Cassius's flock becomes smaller in numbers, his sermons become progressively fiercer. Brothers and sisters, the false prophet Photis is dead, but his heretical teachings live on and continue to poison our land. Every day more and more of our friends, family members, and neighbors fall under the spell of Abbot Leonard, and those who have been deceived by his honeyed words. The Inquisition is supposed to be a shield for the true faith and sword of retribution. Needs a comma. The Inquisition is supposed to be a shield for the true faith and a sword of retribution for the heretics and apostates, yet it remains idle. We must rely on ourselves. Heed my call, brothers and sisters. Save your loved ones. Save those who have lost their way and their true faith. Bring them back, whatever the cost. The leaves of the silver tree rustle soothingly. You try to breathe deeply and evenly, taking control of your emotions. But as soon as you open your eyes, your stomach turns. The temple of the silver tree reeks of death. Red blood flows over the white marble. In its hideous patterns, you recognize traces of bodies that have vanished after a lesser death. Every step produces a nauseating, squelching sound. Armed men barged into the temple during Father Leonard's midday sermon. Their faces were hidden, their clothes adorned with the symbol of the Church of the Twin Gods. They attacked the new believers, then took their own lives. Jean's voice echoes throughout the empty temple. "I think we're done here, Brother Robin. I have the full list of the victims. They all suffered a lesser death. We'll question them thoroughly after they're reborn." The attackers yelled that they were willing to condemn themselves to eternal suffering, just to purge this sacred place of heresy. They are commoners who dared to go against their lot in order to save people who have succumbed to the heresy of the new faith. Do you think Cassius is right? Is the order to blame for what happened? You have no time to answer. A sharp voice calls out from the entrance of the temple. "Maybe you should get out of your cell once in a while, Missy. The old believers slaughter us like cattle in our own temple, but you're willing to acquit them and blame the order for not taking charge of this bloody harvest." An unfamiliar, frail old man is standing by the entrance. Beside him stands Leonard, the abbot of the temple. Jean grows crimson with fury. "How dare you say such things, old man? Am I wrong? Did your champions of faith come to our aid? No, you let the fanatics go ahead with their bloodbath." "Calm down, Sylvan, I implore you. This is just anger and bitterness talking. Sister Jean, pray forgive this man for his harsh words. He is full of sorrow and grief. It is understandable." Jean heads for the exit without saying a word. You're about to follow her, but Father Leonard stops you at the threshold. "Inquisitor Robin, may I ask you to stay for a moment?" Jean leaves you. The three of you are alone in the temple. You, Leonard, and the strange old man. "Let me introduce my old friend, Sylvan Samosta. Sylvan, this is Inquisitor Robin." Sylvan examines you with distinct distrust. His eyes rest on your Inquisitor's medallion. Why should we trust him, Leonard? He's a bloodthirsty fanatic, like all other Inquisitors. I don't think we should... Stop, Sylvan. Inquisitor Robin is not our enemy. Can't you trust one person? He does not wish us ill. I can vouch for him. All right. The twins whisper in my ear that you may be right. You ask the abbot what it was he wanted to discuss with you. Instead of Leonard, the old man speaks to you. He points at the signs of the recent massacre. Have a good look around, Inquisitor. We're being killed in our own temple, but we can't defend ourselves. If something like this happened in a temple of the old faith, the city would be teeming with furious nobles, gendarmes, and legion soldiers. But now, everyone is silent, and the Patriarch keeps sicking his fanatics on us. The Patriarch? Does Samosta have any proof of his involvement in the attack? Is there any proof that he wasn't involved? The oaf is simply horrified by the prospect of Leonard becoming Patriarch. He feels threatened. He wants to intimidate us, or destroy us. Leonard puts a comforting hand on the old man's shoulder. Sylvan shakes it off with irritation. Inquisitor Robin, we must get the right to protect our temples against such attacks. In truth, we cannot rely upon the champions of faith. The new faith does not limit people with lots. Those who are willing to take up arms in order to defend our temple have the right to do so. What if they find their path to the twins in this service, in defending their brothers in faith? If the prefect of the province allows the commoners of our parish to organize a militia, we'll be able to protect ourselves. This tragedy will not repeat itself. Elborn is a good man. He's willing to cooperate, but he says he needs the approval of either the Patriarch or the Inquisition. As you can imagine, we have no hope when it comes to Cassius. But if you, Robin, speak on behalf of your order, the prefect will issue the decree, and we will fear these bloody massacres no more. You turn to the site of the recent battle. The scarlet blood has been scorched black by the heat. I think this is a bad idea. I think it's inevitable, but I also think it's a bad idea. I'm gonna dissuade him. Protecting temples is the duty of the champions of faith. They will stand guard at the temple of the Silver Tree. No. Alas, this measure will not stop the bloodshed. So you're refusing to help us. Well, that was to be expected. But that does not mean you do not want... That does not mean you do not want to help, I assume. Leonard is mistaken in thinking that the new believers cannot rely on the aid of the champions of faith. You're all walking a path towards the twins. You're all children of the same church. The armed forces of the Inquisition will guard the temples to prevent further assaults. Don't listen to him, Leonard. We must defend ourselves. The champions of faith are merely the lapdogs of the Inquisition. They are just waiting for an excuse to dispose of us. You made a vow to help the new faith take root in Magra. Leonard must trust you. Sylvan tries to add something, but the abbot cuts him off with a gesture. If Inquisitor Robin believes that this is the best way, we shall trust him, Sylvan.
Holy shit, my foot is itching so bad. Like something bit me. I don't know what it is. It's so bad. It's probably just like a mosquito bite, but holy shit, it itches so much. Jesus Christ. All of a sudden cringe. So I'm guessing ecumenical peace is not yet here. I actually don't know what that means at all. Principles or initiatives that promote unity, cooperation, and better understanding among different Christian denominations, or more broadly, diverse religious faiths. Okay, I understand. Yes, it's not here. The old man sighs, disappointed. The twins whisper in my ear that you have chosen poorly. You've always lacked decisiveness, my friend, but I can see you have no intention of listening to me. I hope Leonard's trust in you is well placed.
But if Cassius unleashes his fanatics on us again, this time we will not accept death humbly, like lambs to the slaughter. You nod in reply. The old man turns around and leaves, whispering to some unseen interlocutor. Back at the Inquisition ward, you call a general council of the order to find a way to help the new believers. The new faith is a heresy. The order will not defend them. You point out that the new faith has not been declared heretical. The new believers worship the twin gods, hence Ulrich and the other inquisitors must protect them, just as they protect those who follow the teachings of Visatius. An attack against the Temple of the Silver Tree is a sacrilege. The commoners who shed blood there trespassed against their lot, thus condemning themselves to eternal suffering. Jean speaks up from behind you. Robin is right. We must stop this, not for the sake of the new believers, but for the sake of preserving order, protecting holy places against sacrilege, and, above all, saving those who would risk their souls by resorting to crime. A lengthy debate ensues. By nightfall you are drained, but you have managed to win over the majority of your brothers and sisters in faith. The champions of faith now guard all the temples in which the teachings of Photis are preached. Old faith fanatics make a few more attempts to attack them, but bloodshed is averted. The cost may be high, but the new believers can now perform their services without fear of armed reprisals.
T.
Magra has received alarming news from the neighboring province of Illyria. The low-born convicts toiling in the Illyrian mines have revolted against their noble masters. For the first time in many long peaceful years, commoners have taken up arms. Worse yet, the insurgents had guns and gunpowder, and no one knows how they got them. Gunpowder weapons were banned throughout the Empire as soon as they were invented. The lords deemed firearms dishonorable and unfit for the nobles. Even Legion soldiers are forbidden from using them. But now gunshots were echoing through the mutinous Illyrian mines. The Imperial Legion was deployed to quell the riot. Legionnaires slaughtered the rebels without mercy, and the uprising choked to death on its own blood before it had even begun. The south of Illyria is now a forest of gallows. The convicts' corpses were left swaying in the wind, as a warning to any commoner who might dare to take up arms. Although the rebellion quickly succumbed to the Imperial military's onslaught, many Legion soldiers and officers were slain by the insurgents' firearms. Their steel armor was no match for the bullets. The rioters' weapons were destroyed in a public ceremony, but no one knows who built or smuggled them into the mines. All Imperial overseers soon issued public reminders in their provinces. The punishment for owning a gunpowder weapon is true death by execution. But the Empire is still restless, still anxious. Somehow guns found their way into commoners' hands, if only for a short time. Could gunpowder and lead one day endanger the old ways of the Empire? Authorities of Magra fear that unrest may soon spill over here. Due to the double tax, peasant farms and industrial manufactories are facing harsh times. The province's wealth is steadily declining. But the discontent of the commoners is still held back by the eternal law that demands they accept their suffering. You have not had any serious cases since the investigations of Father Leonard's print shop and the Latari Society. The only matter that currently warrants the Inquisition's presence is the province is the ongoing struggle between the old faith and the new. Did Abbot Leonard lie to you about Patriarch Cassius's heresy? There is a knock on the door. Father Ulrich has left the province for now, so all petitioners are coming to you. You set your thoughts aside and focus your gaze on the visitor. A middle-aged nobleman enters your office. His jacket is decorated with large sewn-on beads. He states his name, Carl El Capo, and claims to have run afoul of magic. Sir El Capo owns a village by the name of Gracinia. Harvests there are abundant, and all plants and trees take root with amazing success. The villagers claim it is a blessing from the twins, but Sir El Capo thinks otherwise. The nobleman claims that Sister Ariadella, the village priestess, is a witch. People have seen plants and trees blossom and bear fruit at her touch, here in barren Magra, with its lifeless soil. A pious man, Sir El Capo, does not want to shelter a witch who corrupts his property with her ungodly sorcery and feeds its cursed fruit to his men. You carefully write down the nobleman's every word, then leave for Gracinia at once, escorted by a squad of champions. Even from the high road, the village is striking. The trees, the grass, the flower bed. It's all green. Only nobles can afford such luxury in Anizot, and they import fertile soil for their gardens at great expense. You grew up among greenery, but your family garden had nothing this green and lush. You come to a halt next to a small, well-tended little house. A tall, slender young woman dressed in a black cassock comes out to greet you. This can only be Sister Ariadella. She looks at you, her eyes the brightest shade of emerald green. Greetings, Inquisitor. Please come in. As unexpected as your visit must be, the young woman shows no fear whatsoever. You tell the champions of faith to remain outside for now. Ariadella takes you to the backyard of her home, a beautiful, verdant garden. So, Inquisitor Robin, have you come to proclaim the miracle? What? What miracle? Ariadella smiles. She gestures to the flowers and trees growing all around. Why, just look. It's a miracle. A vast garden has appeared here, all thanks to our hard work and prayers to the twins. There's no garden like it anywhere else in Magra, except for those with imported soil. I've prayed for this ever since I was a little girl. It all started when I prayed for my mother's flowers not to die, and as soon as I touched the soil with a prayer on my lips, it became soft, and the flowers grew strong. I have been doing it all my life. I just pray, touch the earth, and the soil lives again. This is why I became a priest. I wanted to use my gift from the twins, for the good of the people. I went to Patriarch Cassius, and he guided me towards the priestly lot and sent me back home to Gracinia. And now our life here has become truly wondrous, thank the twins. I knew you'd come. I just knew it. Who else should proclaim this miracle from the twins if not the Inquisition? Ariadella whispers a prayer to the heavens and touches a green stalk. It responds to her touch with a little bud. A moment later, a beautiful flower unfurls to greet you. The girl turns to you. There is great expectation in her eyes, and sparks of verdant green. You try your best to let her down gently. This wonder is different from the miracles worked by the twins. In fact, it is the opposite. The young woman's power comes from heretical magic, a distortion of the law of creation, an act abhorrent to the twins. The priestess's face expresses confusion, then terror. How can you say such a thing? My power comes from the twins, I know it. I serve them. I bring their blessing into this world. I was guided to the priestly lot by Patriarch Cassius himself. He couldn't have been mistaken. He'd never lie to me like that. You're not yet ready to say why the Patriarch would do this, but as for Ariadella herself, she must be colored and sent to the House of Humility, where all witches and mages of the Empire belong. There she will be stripped of her lot and her free will, to serve the Empire and its people as an instrument of the Church. The priestess is shocked. She cannot move. Tears begin streaming down her cheeks. No, you can't do this. How? Nothing will grow in Gracinia without me. This village, it will die, and my entire garden along with it. The young woman falls to her knees, weeping. She folds her arms across her chest and begins to mutter. You can barely distinguish her words between her sobs and tears, but eventually you realize that she is praying. Although she believed herself to be a holy woman, Ariadella was in fact transgressing against the divine law. She must be punished, so saith the younger. and yet she has devoted her powers to a good cause, utterly unaware that what she was doing was wrong. However, there is another question. Why would Cassius allow her to use magic in the name of the twins? It could not have been a mistake. The Patriarch intentionally set her on this heretical path. But why would he commit such sacrilege? To what end? Perhaps Father Leonard's report was not unfounded after all. The time for pondering is at an end. You must act. Ariadella's fate is in your hands.
Have her executed? That's all I can do? What?
I'm going to proclaim it a miracle. You watch Ariadella cry. You have made up your mind. She will not go to the House of Humility or the Pyre. In the hands of a pious soul, even abhorrent heretical magic can take the shape of prayer and worship of the twins. What else could this be if not a true miracle? You sit on the floor next to Ariadella. Your hand comes to rest on her shoulder. She is safe. There is no threat. Yes, she was right. She was the only wonder worker she thought herself to be. She was the wonder worker she thought herself to be. They sent you here to test her faith, that is all. She has been judged and found truly faithful. Her heart is filled with nothing but love for the twins. Ariadella looks up, an uncertain smile appears on her face. Oh, good Inquisitor, you scared me so badly. Ulrich is away from Magra on business. You have full authority in this matter. Back in Anizot, you publicly proclaimed that you have witnessed a true miracle of the twins in the village of Gerasinia. With the power of prayer, a priestess by the name of Ariadella has made the arid soil of Magra fertile once more. Next, you locate Sir El Capo. You tell him that all miracles of the twins enjoy the full protection of the champions of faith. He should be glad that Ariadella lives in his village, rather than somewhere else. El Capo shakes his head in dismay. If both the Patriarch and an Inquisitor see no evil where it is obvious to him, then the province is surely doomed. He will not set foot on his own land until his soil has been purged of this abhorrent magic. Soon after, you learn that Sir El Capo has shared his opinion with a number of people outside the Inquisition ward. Rumors have begun to spread about an Inquisitor who spat on the laws of his own order. The young woman is safe, but the order's authority in Magra has suffered. At least your mentor is too far away to excoriate you. I feel like he would do more than excoriate me. A holy day is coming. A day when the entire Empire thanks the twins for the silver tree, the sign they left behind as a reminder of their eternal presence in this world. This momentous occasion is especially important for Anizot, but the clergy cannot agree on how best to celebrate it. Father Leonard has called for all worshippers of the twins to approach the Temple of the Silver Tree and kneel before the sacred relic, but the old clergy balks at the idea of Leonard and the new believers leading the ritual. The day has come. An immense crowd is moving in a procession towards the temple near the Silver Tree, where Father Leonard awaits. But an Inquisitor by the name of Jean stands in their way. She strikes a defiant pose. Confronted by a member of the Holy Order of the Inquisition, the procession reluctantly stops. People, turn back. Those who attend Leonard's rite will succumb to the new faith. Those who reject the lots will defy their divine design. You're about to bring the wrath of the gods down upon us all. Open your eyes, go back to your homes, and pray to the twins. The procession wants to move, but the people are confused, until Father Leonard himself walks out of the temple to meet Jean face to face. People of Anizot, no one has the right to deny you the sacred ritual of worshipping at the tree, not even the Inquisition. Is such a denial not more likely to provoke the wrath of the twins? The Inquisition must know that the new faith does not seek to challenge or defy the twins. We are merely trying to correct the mistakes of those who came before us. We do not anger the twins. We merely vex those who refuse to accept the dawn of a new age. Jean finds herself between a rock and a hard place. Seeing that she has no other choice, she lets the procession pass. The new faith's numbers have swelled of late. It cannot be stopped now. Oh, we're in the middle of the schism. Today is an important holiday. The entire empire is celebrating the festival of the Silver Tree, which commemorates the parting gift of the twin gods, the divine sapling they planted in our mortal world, in the middle of Anisot. The families of the cities spend the day in peace and quiet, contemplating the divine roots that join together all people, their bloodlines, and the entire empire. Mother always oversees this holiday. The day before the festival, she seemed to have shaken off her usual apathy and engaged in preparations with excitement. It was as though her illness had loosened its grip. Mother gathers the entire family for the holiday meal. Father is in high spirits today, sharing jokes with you and Nathan. Stefan is trying to suppress an atypical agitation. Gloria is the last to join you at the table. She's wearing new breeches with high stockings and a yellow vest. Gloria, you're wearing men's clothes again. No, Mother, I'm wearing clothes women are forbidden to wear. Father gives Gloria a stern look. Stefan rolls his eyes but says nothing. Suddenly Nathan speaks up. A few days ago in the market I saw a grocer dressed as Overseer Gaius Tempest. He had a huge carrot for a scepter. He got a sound drubbing, of course, but until then it was quite a hoot. Everybody laughs at the ridiculous story, relieved. Even Gloria has a smile on her face when she sits down. The feast commences. Your home finally feels warm for a moment. It wasn't so long ago the four of you couldn't ever reach up to this table. The first word you said, Gloria, was gimme. Nathan used to cling to my skirt all the time, almost tearing it. And you, Robin, you couldn't talk at all yet, but your piercing stare was so expressive it felt as if you were talking to me. Mother looks at Stefan and suddenly grows quiet. When I met Stefan, he was already 3 years old. He was so serious, and a smooth talker to boot. I remember that he had a music teacher, but he was too shy to play in front of me, so I used to listen from the next room. Stefan's face twitches. Your elder brother rises and moves to the old harpsichord. His fingers fly gracefully over the keys. A melody fills the house, melancholy and sweet. Okay. The last note lingers in the air, then silence falls. The family is awestruck. Words fail you all. Who wrote that? A nobleman from the capital, between drinking a glass of wine and beating a servant? Your sister's cutting remark puts an end to the warm, cozy atmosphere. Stefan calmly turns to face her. No, it was I who composed this piece of music. It is called Mother. Mother rises to her feet. She would have needed help to do this just recently, but now she treads unassisted towards Stefan and draws him close. Stefan puts his arms around his stepmother's waist, then detaches himself awkwardly. May the twin gods bless you, Lydia. Gloria considers this scene with thinly veiled fury in her eyes. Of course, highborn nobles like Stefan are made for the arts. They're the only ones lucky enough to have a soul and experience inspiration, unlike us, the lowborn. We aren't supposed to feel anything but suffering, let alone express it in poetry. Gloria is the problem here, by the way. She is. She's becoming the problem. Everyone notices that Gloria is clutching pages filled with writing, her poems. Your sister casts a mournful glance at the family, and her eyes rests on you. Appeal to Mother. Let Gloria read her poems. You rise from your seat and speak. In your speech, you wholeheartedly support your sister. Gloria had the misfortune to be born a commoner, but she is still entitled to express her feelings. Why is Stefan the only one who has the right to delight Mother with his creations? Every member of our family should be equal. But what about her lot, son? Gloria is permitting herself to practice a noble activity, thus breaching the divine order. You softly explain to Mother that times have changed. Nowadays, art isn't just a pleasure for the nobles. It's also a trade plied by many commoners. More and more low-born tradespeople are taking up the pen and ink rather than the hammer. This is now their labor and their suffering. Mother lets out a heavy sigh, but yields to the onslaught of your inspired speech. Emboldened by your support, Gloria steps into the center of the room. Her eyes are fixed on Father. A stranger and a bastard I am called. I am, but still I long for you to say that I am yours, and melt the icy cold that burns within my heart both night and day. Almost finished Gothic Remake. Was a long time since I had so much fun with a game. Well, that's good. I was thinking of trying it, but I don't know. We'll see. I have a bunch of games lined up, so I'm not sure. I mean, I kind of like games like that too, but I'm just worried it might be too old and too jank. That's really my issue. Because I was watching some streams of it, and I was reading some reviews, and it's like half the reviews are like, some random guy just started attacking me for no reason, now I can't progress. So I'm like, okay. Maybe wait for some patches or something, I don't know. My mother and my brothers are all near, but I feel cold as though we were apart, ashamed, yet still compelled to make you hear. I long to hold you closely to my heart. I am a stranger, 'tis my only crime. Forgive me, oh, but mercy is forbidden. I hope you'll see, if not forgive in time, my bitter love, both joyous and well hidden. Father stares at her in bewilderment. Gloria, Stefan springs to his feet and leaves for his chambers, slamming the door behind him. I don't feel so well. Nathan, son, please help me to my room. Mother leaves the room, leaning on Nathan's arm. The celebration is cut short. Stefan didn't like that. I can't decide if I should replay Alex or Risen. I played Alex for 5 minutes, then I turned it off. The mother leaves the room, Lean. Yeah, we read that. It's one of the worst Piranha games for me. Is it the same developer as Risen? I actually don't know who they are at all. Because I've only played like their games twice, and both of them for 5 minutes, and turned them off. I've never tried Gothic though. News from the capital quickly reaches every corner of the empire. Gerion and Flavius, the heirs to the throne, have left the Emperor's palace for the province of Monia, which is ruled by Great Chancellor Agerius Monroe. The Great Chancellor has accused the Emperor's court of harboring malefactors conspiring against the imperial heirs. This is why he has offered them shelter and safety in his own impregnable citadel. Here you go. Have too much tea. The common people are particularly worried by the news. They take it as a sign that the Chancellor is seeking to solidify his power by holding the heirs hostage. If this continues, Monroe could coerce the Emperor into revoking the imperial law, thus depriving the common estate of any and all rights. All hope for reform in the empire has vanished. From farmer to rich industrialist, the commoners are growing desperate. In your province, the authorities are trying their best to put the people at ease. The magistrate of Anizot makes a speech from his balcony to the excited crowd below. Trust in your emperor, good people. The imperial heirs are the future of the great Tempest dynasty. The emperor has made the wise decision to send them far away from the scheming court. Great Chancellor Monroe will take good care of them and keep them safe. All glory to the empire. All glory to the Tempests. They don't exist anymore? Oh, okay. So what about the Gothic remake then? Is that like not made by the same studio? Or is it just like people from there? Or is it just like necromancy? Since the incident with the priestess Ariadella, Patriarch Cassius has mostly retreated from the public eye and stopped preaching. A coincidence? No one can say for sure. Not all witches and mages resemble the pious Ariadella. You still remember Brian, the young boy who went to your school. If you and Tomas had not stopped him, he would have burned that school to the ground. You cannot help but think the Patriarch may be aiding mages and offering them shelter. The very thought makes you uneasy. You share your concerns with Jean and Father Ulrich. Your mentor nods in support. I have seen this before. Junius Diamond, the Patriarch of Astinia, attempted to protect a couple of sinners once. There was a priest who was rutting with a witch, and Junius tried to protect them. So perhaps you're right, Robin. Perhaps our Cassius has a soft spot for those abhorrent degenerates as well. I say we should investigate. Alchemia made the remake? You exchange glances with Jean. Both of you still recall the tribunal in Eterna 5 years ago. It's a shame the Order has no way to secretly gather information about the parishes that support the Patriarch. Everyone in those parishes know each and every Inquisitor by sight. I intend to ask the Secret Chancellery for aid. This should be a simple matter for them. Undercover outlaws who challenge and undermine the Emperor's sacred rule. Rebels who pose a threat to the twins' blessed order of the present. The Secret Chancellery wages war on all these foes. You know very little about their other activities. The Order and the Secret Chancellery decide to work together. For the long year that follows, they painstakingly search for clues and investigate rumors. You examine each and every parish in Magra, trying in vain to find other mages sheltered by the Patriarch, if such mages even exist. You lose nearly all hope of success. But then one winter night your efforts are finally rewarded. The sunset outside the window has turned to dusk, but Jean still has not returned to the ward. Normally, she would tell you if she were doing something after hours. You grow worried. Seeking reassurance, you approach the champions of faith, who have stood guard for the day, and ask them when they last saw Sister Jean. Oh, why, Sister Jean left early this morning to help the Secret Chancellery. Their agent ran up to her at the doorstep. He gave her a sealed note, and they drove away together. He said it was important. They say they found the trail of a runaway mage, somewhere on the western edge of the city, in the warehouses in the old city walls. I say you shouldn't worry. We check a dozen such rumors from their agents every month, but we never find anything. Despite the captain's assurances, you remain apprehensive. You tell Agarnim to gather the champions and check on her. You go to the western edge of Anizot. There are almost no residential buildings there, just ruins and workhouses. In fact, it can be quite hard to tell one from the other. As the half-crumbled wall on the edge of the city draws near, you feel your heart beat with greater urgency. Your apprehension grows. You come to the warehouse. The door is smashed in, ripped off the hinges. The inside is splattered with blood. You see wrecked furniture and soot. An intense battle was fought here. By the basement stairs, you find a small pile of scorched clothes, the last remnants of someone's lesser death. It looks nothing like Jean's cassock, thank the twins. There is something on the lapel of the charred jacket, a brooch in the shape of a wheel. This belonged to an agent of the Secret Chancellery. One floor below you, you hear a blow followed by a woman's muffled moan. Jean could be down there. Captain Agaronim nods, like a prayer. He whispers the usual words. Inquisitor Robin, you are a weapon I must wield. You are a weapon I now must wield. Strike my enemies down, until I tell you otherwise. At his order, the champions of faith... Wait, what? Why is he telling that to me? At his order, the champions of faith move out. Their heavy boots thunder down the stairs to the basement. You run down behind them. A tunnel, low and dark. Jean is there, surrounded by half a dozen figures. Her face is bruised, her lips cracked, her eyes barely open. Her cassock shows several knife cuts soaked with blood. The unknown thugs turn to face you. They have gunpowder weapons. Shots explode in the dark. Swords flash like bolts of lightning. Screams. One of them summons magical fire in his hands. You clutch hard at the thin silver slab with a prayer to the younger, and the magical flames are doused as the silver melts in your hand. You continue the whispered prayer, staring straight into the mage's eyes. At this moment, in this place, it feels easier than ever to invoke the younger's ruthless law. The mage glances around the champions of faith. The mage glances around as the champions of faith push the outlaws back despite the flurry of explosive shots. The rebels' weapons are too slow to reload, and in close combat they are clearly weaker. The mage turns tail and runs away down a long dark tunnel. You glance back at Jean. Blood still oozes from her wounds, but more slowly now. Her head has fallen on her chest, her eyes are closed. I wonder if they make a roll for you in secret for results? I don't think so. I don't think there are rolls, actually, at all. I think there are only... I'm not so sure they can happen in these kind of scenarios. I think it's basically like between chapters, kind of like this is a this is not really a chapter, this is like a sub-chapter, I guess. But between sub-chapters, you can get other sub-chapters based on your stats. So it's like, at this point, if you have 15 faith or whatever, then this can trigger. At this point, if you have 10 unity in your family, this event happens. Those kind of things. But here, I think, yeah, it's only conditions. We should help Jean, I think. Or I don't know. Let's chase the mage. You leave the narrow room and the fighting behind and run after the mage. The tunnel ends in a pile of rubbish, concealing a secret passage. Once you emerge outside, you pray to the younger once again. Grant me the strength to smite my enemy. Bind him with the power of the law. The silver melts away at your fingertips. Another thin slab of twins' blessed metal has been sacrificed. But they hear your prayer and grant you the power to perform a miracle. A white glow surrounds the mage, binding him, depriving him of the ability to move. He falls down on the road, unable to move or speak. He is scrawny, apparently an adolescent. The champions of faith emerged behind you, battered and scarred from the fight, pushing the bound outlaws ahead of them. Jean is nowhere to be seen. You meet Captain Agarnim's eyes. He slowly shakes his head. Jean has died a lesser death, but the sinful mage has been caught. The secret chancellery takes your captive away for questioning. Is Patriarch Cassius involved in this? You can only hope that you will learn the answer soon enough. Jean returns to the Inquisition ward the next morning. She meets your awkward greeting with a smile. Then all of a sudden she grabs you by the arm of your cassock. There's something I wanted to tell you, but not here. Let's go somewhere else. Maybe the yard. The yard of the ward. The yard of the ward is full of sunlight and thick lilac in bloom. No window can see you from behind the lilac trees. I wanted to tell you not to worry about what happened to me. You did the right thing. You caught him. The cost doesn't matter. Our lives are given to us to serve. Her fingers are still there, holding you by the sleeve. You both notice this at the same time. Jean's cheeks grow pink. Softly you put your hand over hers. You feel as though you are a child under the silver tree again. Her hand rests in yours. You stand like this until the bell rings for the noon sermon. Jean pulls her hand away and looks at you. Her face shows embarrassment, fear, and joy. She takes a step backward, then another, her eyes still meeting yours. Then she quickly turns away and hurries inside, her hand clutched to her chest. Sorry, I'm not attracted to you. But yeah, I was kind of expecting something like that. Helping her is like a lose-lose. It has been several months since Jean was rescued from the insurgents. You learn that the mage hunted by the secret chancellery was a rebel, a member of a clandestine society who took refuge in a local parish. Father Ulrich took it upon himself to personally interrogate the abbot of the parish. The priest confessed to the crime. He even confirmed that Patriarch Cassius was involved. According to the abbot, he accepted the mage as an acolyte at the parish, after the Patriarch vouched for him personally. However, you are aware of the methods Father Ulrich employs to extract his confessions. The abbot's words may be far from truth. You cannot help but suspect that Ulrich made the abbot lay all the blame on Cassius for his own mysterious reasons. Jean, on the other hand, is more eager than ever to believe that the Patriarch is guilty. It does seem like he is probably gathering an army of mages. We must put Cassius on trial before the new sacred conclave. The Patriarch stands before the twins, and they will judge our entire flock based on him. If the newly chosen Patriarch is a heretic, who knows what blasphemous obscenities he will utter in their presence. The evidence you have is not enough to bring the Patriarch to trial. However, Ulrich intends to use your information to destroy Cassius's public image and his support among the clergy. Your sacred mission is looking more and more like a dirty political game, and you find this sickening. Desperate for a change of scenery, you seek solace in a walk through the familiar alleyways of Anisot. You notice something different. An unusual number of the people on the streets of Anisot are armed. Not just nobles. Even commoners have defied their lot by carrying small hatchets and clubs tucked in their belts. Father spoke of this at the dinner table last night. The city's gendarmes are unable to maintain order on the streets. The commoner members of the Lesser Quorum are calling for the common folk to fight for their rights, while the nobles are mired in the ongoing struggle between Archduke Tarquinius Milanidas and Imperial Overseer Gaius Tempest. You feel uneasy. People are beginning to challenge Isacius' vision of the lots. Too many now reject the divine law that brought order to the Empire by shackling its subjects' destinies to the lots. The Empire is changing, and you cannot help but feel a sense of foreboding, as though some dreadful world-shaking event is about to take place. You do not remember how your legs guided you to the silver tree. As always, a profound sense of tranquility descends upon you. You close your eyes and whisper words of gratitude. As you pray, you hear a loud voice in the distance. A monk you have never met is preaching. The most sorrowful thing that happened when the twins descended to our world was their deaths on opposite shores of the river Eterna. The elder was torn apart by the mob, whether from love, madness, or some other purpose, we do not know. At that very moment, the younger disappeared as well, gone in a flash of light. And so a brief but terrible time of troubles began. The people were lost, unsure of what to do. The twins had told them of the peak and the foot of the shining pillar, but before they could tell people how to reach the peak and meet them in the hereafter, they were gone. 12 years passed between the day the twins died and the day Eustachius, beloved disciple of the elder, described the twins as will, love, and law in his first book. And then 2 years later, Eustachius received his second revelation, and thus the second book was written. And in this book, the prophet taught us how to live a righteous life and earn a place at the peak of the shining pillar in the hereafter, and all the faithful found peace at last. With this understanding, the 3 lots came to be. You linger for a moment to listen to the sermon before moving on. You see a few armed men in the slums, and almost no gendarmes. And Izot still seems so peaceful here, just like in the days of your youth. Men and women pass by on the narrow streets, busy with their lives. You hear children's voices in the yard. 2 boys are pushing at each other by a fence. They are almost the same height, and both are thin with light brown hair. One of them shouts at the other, "Don't do that! Mom's gonna punish us! She told us to stop!" His voice echoes in your head. The world around you ripples and quivers. The colors grow more vivid for a moment, then instantly turn pale. Everything is getting brighter and brighter. There is light coming from the silver tree. It fills the slums. It hurts to look at it. A brilliant flash blinds you. The light drowns out everything. You see a crowd of people. Their faces are blurred and inscrutable, like faded old paintings. They are listening to a man's silhouette standing before them. You cannot hear his words, but you can feel the love emanating from him. It washes over everyone like a wave of warmth. He is a wise teacher, offering guidance to his disciples. A peasant crawls up to the teacher on his hands and knees. He is harnessed to a plow. He reaches out in a desperate plea, and the teacher removes the peasant's harness. He helps him to his feet and hands him a sword. There are random typos and like wrong words here and there. That's why I stumble sometimes. Well, not always, but often. And in this act, there is love. You have felt this sensation only once before. You cannot remember when. It is unquestionable, endless, absolute. The softest touch like a hand wiping the tears from a child's face. What did they say? Ah. The old man handed a peasant a sword. The next moment, another silhouette appears beside the first. Your heart skips a beat. Crime is always followed by punishment, inevitable, merciless retribution. The judge's sentence. This is right. This is how it must be. The judge is here, and he craves justice. The law is one, the same for all. The teacher is alone. His audience disappears, dissolving like shadows. The judge approaches, and the teacher steps towards him. His arms open in embrace. The judge's sword suddenly rises to meet him. The image freezes before you. Both silhouettes disappear in the light of the silver tree. The sentence has been rendered, the lot fulfilled. And then you are surrounded by the slums of Anizot again. The encircled cross of the twins feels hot against your chest, burning your skin even through your cassock. Your breath is ragged, the blood pounding in your temples. You have just experienced an inexplicable revelation, a vision given to those seeking answers, those such as Prophet Isacius. And this revelation is bursting out of you. It must be interpreted correctly. I failed the Latari. Okay. I interrupted the Latari ritual, so we can't do that. The revelation is Latari? No. But I think the Latari ritual basically had some how do you put it? It would have taught you like some techniques or something that would let you enter a trance or some bullshit. Prolong the revelation. I think everyone is magic adjacent, but yes. It's actually a pretty good revelation, because it's very hard to actually interpret correctly. There's a crowd of people. They're listening to a man standing before them. You can't hear them. You can feel love emanating from him. He is a wise teacher offering guidance to his disciples. A peasant crawls up to the teacher on his hands and knees. He's harnessed to a plow. He reaches out in a desperate plea. The teacher removes the peasant's harness. He helps him to his feet and hands him a sword, which means that he changes his lot. And in this act, there is love. So then it's like, okay, yeah, that does sound like they want the new faith, right? But then it continues. You have felt this sensation only once before. You cannot remember when. It is unquestionable, endless, absolute. The softest touch, like a hand wiping the tears from a child's face. The next moment, another silhouette appears beside the first. Your heart skips a beat. Crime is always followed by punishment. Inevitable, merciless retribution. The judge's sentence. This is right. This is how it must be. The judge is here and he craves justice. The law is one, the same for all. The teacher is alone. His audience disappears, dissolving like shadows. The judge approaches, and the teacher steps towards him, his arms open in an embrace. The judge's sword suddenly rises to meet him. The image freezes before you. Both silhouettes disappear in the light of the silver tree. The sentence has been rendered, the lot fulfilled. So, is he being punished for allowing them to change their lot? Right? Like, it can absolutely be interpreted that way. I think it can be interpreted in support of the new faith, to let people change their lot. I think it can be interpreted in a way where doing this is wrong because it leads you to punishment and death, and everyone fades away and disappears into shadows. And I think it can also be interpreted in a way where this is a message to me about helping the people break from their lots because it's the right thing to do, but I will die doing it because I will be punished. Are you the judge or the teacher? I don't think I'm either. The judge is the younger twin, and the teacher is the elder twin. But we're going home now. It takes you more than an hour to reach your home. In Anizot, the sun lingers for a long time in the heavens, but then the sky grows dark. Dusk falls suddenly. You reach the doorstep of your family home. Light shines from the windows. Augustine L. Born, Stefan's uncle and the prefect of Magra, was supposed to visit your family today. The house is full of guests, many of them nobles. They're all Stefan's friends, eager to make the acquaintance of one of the movers and shakers of Magra. Your vision struggles within you, demanding to be told. You tremble feverishly. You hurry to the center of the room and raise a hand calling for the guests' attention. Everyone turns to you, curious. Don't do it. And you relay your vision to them. No! Everything goes wrong from the very beginning. Your description is too long, too convoluted. The image felt too vivid in your mind, but it fades and blurs and loses meaning as you try to put it into words. You try to recover by quoting the sacred scriptures, a classic rhetorical trick, but it only makes things worse. The passages you quote are too well known, too familiar. They feel jarring and stale at this particular moment. Despair overcomes you. They can hear you, but they're unable to listen. The twins told you the truth, but the mortal mind cannot grasp it. The mortal tongue cannot speak it. Overcome with the suffering born of this realization, you cut yourself off in mid-sentence. Did I understand you correctly, brother? You saw the elder taking away the people's lots that didn't suit them, and giving them the lots they wanted. Who even gave you permission to speak at a noble gathering, and to spout such utter nonsense no less? If there's anything I glean from my brother's words, it's that the younger's righteous fury will be quick to find anyone who dares reject the lots. Tell me, brother, is this true? Ah, now you're arguing over these matters too, just like the patriarchs of the faith. But as far as I know, not even they have made a final decision about the teachings of the late Patriarch Fotis. So I'm quite confident the truth will not be so easily found. Robert, what do you think? The lots have always been the cornerstone of our faith, but Father Lennart says that Isacius found only one path to serve the twins, and that there are other paths that one must seek alone. It's a lot to think about. If you ask me, I don't even think it's worth it anymore. Eternal bliss after you die for good. Is it even worth the suffering it costs us to serve the twins in this world? Nathan, what are you saying? How dare you speak such blasphemy in your father's house? As the hosts and the main guests start to argue, younger nobles join in. Quiet voices grow in loud shouts. Everyone wants to have a word, and no one wants to listen. You can only watch in terror as anger contorts their faces. This is not what you wanted at all. And Nathan is retarded. He's actually just stupid. Like, that's his problem. But your revelation only showed them what they each wanted to see. What was supposed to be a quiet evening has become a public scandal. You see this as an ill omen for the Empire and for the entire world. You squeeze past the shouting guests and family members and rush to your room. Your cheeks are burning. You spend several hours kneeling before the images of the twins. It is not a prayer, so much a frank conversation with them, like those you had as a little boy. You swear the twins to learn a lesson from your mistake. The clarity of your revelation must not be stained by the imperfections of your own words. If they ever deign to give you another chance, you will not make the same mistake again. You swear to the twins and to yourself to read once again the text of every prophecy, the interpretation of every vision ever recorded, everything you can find on the subject. And then, maybe, just maybe, you will be able to put your revelation into words with clarity, just like Isacius did. Our reputation is really not doing that well. We don't want to get to 0. Now, who knows? You might be right that there are hidden checks. Like, what if the fact that we failed there is because my eloquence was 5? I don't know. That could be the case. And in that case, that could be kind of interesting too. Stefan's Gambit. This event is a consequence of your previous actions. Condition met. Stefan Brante greater than 1 in difference. Okay. You have hardly found any time for family matters this year. The events taking place in the city keep you busy at all hours. Tonight you come home extremely late, that the fireplace in the sitting room is lit. By the fire you see Stefan with a glass of wine. Your elder brother has been waiting for you. You take a seat in the chair by Stefan's side. Your brother keeps turning his glass with his long fingers. Robin, we need to have a talk about Gloria. She flatly refuses to behave as she ought to. Her antics are ruining our family's reputation. If this situation persists, nobility of the sword will be out of the question. Brother, I do not wish her ill, but we have no right to sit idly by. Regrettably, Gloria will never truly be a part of the Brante family. Her origins are too tarnished, so it is our duty to find her a new family. It is high time Gloria got married. But we can't just give our sister to a commoner, can we? And how could any noble wed her, knowing her origins? It's been a stumbling block for a long time, but I finally found a suitable match for her. His name is José El Pelletier. He's a young nobleman of the sword, recently graduated from the college, and now he has a position at the city hall. Do you recall a reception several years ago where he couldn't take his eyes off Gloria? Pelletier has been obsessed with her ever since. Not even her lowly origins can deter him. Admittedly, Gloria does not reciprocate his affection just yet. So let us convince Gloria that becoming Sir El Pelletier's bride is her chance to escape her current situation. And then let us pray she comes to her senses and puts her rebellious ways behind her. Isn't this an ideal solution? After marrying El Pelletier, Gloria will be a noblewoman herself. She will be granting her the freedom she's craved since she was a girl, and then she can write poetry and do whatever else takes her fancy. I will enter into negotiations with the El Pelletier family. Rumor has it, José's father already has a future wife in mind for him, the daughter of an important chancellery official. But José's passion must win out in the end, don't you agree? As for you, Robin, please help me with Gloria. You're closest with her. You can make her see how beneficial this match will be. She must fulfill her duty to the family that took her in, after all. Stefan looks at you expectantly. You're at a crossroads. Will you accept your brother's plan or refuse him? Will this marriage be a blessing? And for whom? I actually think this is a good idea. You remain silent for some time, weighing your decision. The plan your brother has proposed sounds reasonable. In a new family, and with a noble title, Gloria will be able to put all the resentment about her fate behind her, and be free of the limitations of the lowly estate. You let Stefan know that you're on his side. A broad smile lights up his face as he reclines in his chair. She gotta marry someone eventually? That is true, yeah, exactly. And also, unless the lots change, she's literally at a dead end. Like, unless she just flees and becomes homeless, like, she doesn't have a choice. Unless she, like, actually wants to just be a commoner. And just live like a commoner. Which she doesn't. So... And the only other part of this is, you know, oh, I want to choose who I want to be with, blah, 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 you know. Liberal bullshit. I knew you'd be sensible. Together we can certainly make it happen. But remember how stubborn Gloria is. An easy victory is not to be expected. The next morning you invite Gloria to join you in the library for a private conversation. You inquire carefully about your sister's thoughts on marriage. If a nobleman of the sword were to wed her, she would join the noble estate and all the arts would be open to her. Gloria laughs in response. Become a noblewoman? In all of Anisot, you'd never find a single nobleman of the sword who would ever marry a low-born girl like me. I don't even have a father. You mentioned José el Pelletier. This spirited young nobleman would be willing to join Gloria in wedlock. Marry el Pelletier? Robin, you don't understand. Sure, he's easy on the eyes. He's a skilled warrior and a respected nobleman, but he's been after me for a year now, and I've managed to figure out what he's after. He needs a wife to give birth to his heirs, follow him around obediently at social gatherings, and praise his chivalry. Can you see me in that role? Yeah. That's literally just being a normal fucking wife. Gloria falls silent for a moment, gathering her thoughts. Besides, I don't even want to be a noblewoman, okay? I can't just live peacefully within the noble estate, knowing that other commoners are still suffering. I can't just pretend their misery has nothing to do with me. You try to give her a taste of the benefits that a noble name brings, but your sister doesn't even want to hear you. This is all Stefan's idea, isn't it? You'd never throw me out of the house on your own. So hear this, it's not going to happen. Later you inform Stefan of your sister's refusal. His face turns to stone. The ingrate! I've almost come to an agreement with old Pelletier. All the pains we've taken to arrange her future, and this is how she repays us? Well, we'll proceed without consulting her. Brother, we need to devise a way to put pressure on Gloria, even if it takes us a long time. He's right. The artwork in this is actually pretty good. Yeah, I think it's pretty good. I like it. I like the game a lot, actually. I think it's really good. The only thing that is annoying is that they haven't proofread the text enough. There's just random errors here and there, but it's not that big of a deal. And the fact that I can't click outside of the window without it pausing and muting. That's annoying. I don't like that. Oh, it's up. Yep. We released a short video. Very, very quick. Here. A little lore bite. We're working on much bigger videos that are 40 minutes to an hour. But we also started making, putting together some small like lore bite videos. This was the first like beta test of that, so it ended up only being like 2 minutes. The other ones will be more like 5 or 6 minutes long, I think. But they won't come. They won't be released until later when we release the first video, which is not that far off. We just need a couple more panels done, which involves some design work, which is a little tricky sometimes. But yeah, we just released that one. A servant wakes you up in the middle of the night. There is a visitor, a champion of faith with an urgent note. You unfold the scrap of paper. Meet me at the silver tree. It is urgent. Jean. She would not summon you so late unless it's truly important. Something has happened. Is Jean in danger? The shining pillar is particularly bright tonight, its light merging with the glow of the silver tree. If she's just pulling me out for a date, I'm gonna slap her. Jean is not by the temple door. She is a bit further away in the square. She greets you and leads you under one of the tree's enormous roots. It is twisted and bent, forming a peculiar kind of grotto. Robin, there is something I must tell you. You are the only person I can bare my soul to. Under the silver tree, no one can ever tell a lie. I will be completely honest with you. Please offer me your guidance. Or, if I am to suffer for all eternity in the hereafter, then tell me this too. Slowly you nod in return. The silver tree's tranquility fills you. Oh, hold on. The woman who stands before you is not an inquisitor right now. At this moment, she is a human, a person with all her weaknesses, mistakes, and inner conflicts. Of course, you tell her, you would be glad to offer her guidance. Jean sighs heavily. She is terrified, but her resolve is stronger than her fear. The twins are law and will and love. This is what we tell everyone who comes to us for help. This is what we say so many times a day in prayer. Their law is clear to me, and I can feel their will everywhere. But what do I do about love? How am I supposed to tell their love from the worldly love that no priests are ever allowed to feel? Do you remember when we first met? It was here a lifetime ago. We both belonged to the common lot back then. I took your hand in mine. I wanted to keep you safe at the temple, safe from the corrupting teachings of Fotis. And that's when it all began. I can still remember how you blushed. All my life, service to the twins has been my only truth. I've known my path and the sacrifices I had to make ever since I was a little girl. I'll never be a wife or a mother. I'll never live a life of pleasure. I have been given the gift of truth. I am one who must bring their word into the world. But you, every day I spend with you is agony. I've gone astray. The light of the twins used to be my beacon. But you're blocking it out. This is wrong. I've prayed to the twins again and again to set me free from this emotion. I've tried so hard to purge the thoughts of you from my mind, tried to see you as a test they have sent me. But I can't. You are my sin, my torture, my love. I cannot hide from this. Show me the way, please. You're the only one who can do this, and no one else. Jean's hazel eyes are full of tears. The branches of the silver tree glow softly above you. She is right. There is no hiding from love. You cannot resist it. Should you even try, this is a place of honesty. And this love, it fills you both. It asks no questions as it guides you towards one another with great certainty. Hey, don't push me into this. You take a step closer to Jean. Your heart is beating so hard. It feels as though your ribs are about to break. Then, awkward, uncertain, but utterly sincere, a kiss. For a moment, Jean is paralyzed in your arms. Then she responds with passion, with all the love she has professed. This feeling, this emotion, so sincere, so strong, it is a gift from the twins. This touch feels so unfamiliar to you, so frightening to her. Your bodies have never known it before, bound and shackled by years of taboo. But right now you are both guided by something more than attraction and lust. This is love, profound and absolute, that which only they may give. With a sense of awe, you remove the veil from her head. Her hair, it has been so long, you forgot what color it was. It is blonde, and it shines like a halo in the silver tree's glow. Jean moves away from you. Her fingers caress your neck. You cover her palms and wrists with kisses and undo the buttons and belt on her clothing. The fallen leaves are soft, like the softest bed as you lay her down. Give me an option! You cross a line you must not cross, but the power of divine love is irresistible. No, we're hidden among the trees. There's a big tree, right? And it's got like all these roots and shit that like create little caverns and shit underneath it. There are no more secrets between you. You close your eyes. Sight is only a distraction now. You find her lips blindly. You share in her passion, relish her tenderness, and put her fears to rest. As she responds to you in kind, in perfect unison, all is just as it should be. Warmth spreads through your bodies like a roaring fireplace on a rainy autumn day, like a long conversation with those you hold most dear. Honesty and awe. You have never felt so alive. This is more than mere intimacy. So much more. It is stronger than both of you. Time has been shattered. Minutes pass, hours, or perhaps just seconds. Together you seem to share a furtive glance at an entire life you never lived. You lie down by her side, out of breath. Jean nestles closer to you. Her fingers trace and contours the contours of your chest as you stroke her hair. When the sunrise finds you, it catches you by surprise. Jean's body is illuminated by the sun. She blushes and turns away. You fumble for your clothes, averting your gaze and trying in vain to hide your physical and spiritual nudity. You do not look at each other until your bodies are clothed again. We can't deny this. We can't pretend it didn't happen. But what do we do now?
Why are there no choices? I'm just too retarded for this.
I have too little eloquence, too little or too high relations. It was an illusion. What happened was not your will, it was the will of the Silver Tree. It filled you with a craving for a love you have never known. But the law of the faith cannot be altered. For priests, physical love and the union of the flesh are forbidden. Jean looks downward. You're both silent. The hum of morning life fills the slums around the tree. A thought surprises you. There were so many people around. It feels awkward. When Jean can finally look at you again, her eyes are glistening with tears. You're right. It was just an illusion. What we did is forbidden. I have to go. As she walks away from the silver tree, her back is unusually straight. She does not want her weakness to show. You look up at the tree's branches and whisper a prayer. Strength fills your body. The illusion is gone now. Reality awaits. It is time to serve the twins. So, was it an illusion or not? Like, what did we convince ourselves? It didn't feel like an illusion. Rumors are running wild in Anisot. People say that a mysterious clandestine society called the Last Straw holds the entirety of the city's seedy underbelly in its clutches, with men in safe houses all over Anisot, plotting and scheming against the nobles and the rulers of the province. Their leader is a woman, a ruthless criminal by the name of Sophia. She has evaded all attempts at capture. I was saving myself for Sophia. They just didn't let me not have sex. The common people both fear the Last Straw and sympathize with their cause. If the rumors are true, the city finally has someone who will stop at nothing to help the people claim their rights. But who would support this secret organization? And how did the insurgents manage to survive this long? No one in the city knows the answer. Magistrate Elverman must assuage the people's fears once again. The vile mutineers and heretics who call themselves the Last Straw will be caught and executed very soon, and anyone who has given them money and shelter will meet the same fate. The secret chancellery will make sure of that. But even facing a manhunt, the Last Straw still endures. Slowly but surely, the influence of this underground organization is spreading throughout the city. Oh. Thanks to Father Ulrich's efforts, Cassius has lost much of his support among the clergy and the flock. But today the Patriarch has summoned the people to his evening sermon in a clear bid to regain their trust. With several champions of faith for an escort, you walk to the square by the silver tree to hear the Patriarch speak. Cassius stands tall above the worshippers, his feet firmly planted on the stairs leading into the temple. The old believers crowd the center of the square, while the new believers, led by Father Leonard, stand on the outer edge. You arrive at the square You arrive at the square as the sermon is about to begin. The patriarch calls for silence, and the din of the crowd dies down in an instant. He speaks in a somber voice, clearly chosen for this purpose. As Cassius addresses the crowd, he lifts his arms toward the heavens. As time goes by, the false teachings of Patriarch Photis are spreading further and further, poisoning our lands. Every day I try to guide people to the true path, to save those led astray by the heresy of the new faith. And when I saw that our brethren from the Order of the Inquisition had paid us a visit, I felt great joy, for I knew they were here to purge all lies and apostasy from the province of Magra. But then my trust was betrayed, for those who were supposed to guard the true faith deceived us all. Those who have sworn an oath to the twins, to purge all heresy now abet it. They were supposed to be my strength, but they have turned against me. Hundreds of eyes turn to you, stern, unblinking. They came here to revile me and besmirch my name. They have clouded the minds of my flock, and turned my brethren against me. And now I call upon you, Brother Robin. You must now answer for your order, for I will tolerate this treatment no longer. Come to me now, approach me and accept my blessing. Kneel before me and kiss my hand, so that all may see that you are humble servants of the church. Now show everyone that the Order of the Inquisition stands with the true faith. The crowd parts before you, forming a narrow... A long eyebrow. Oh, I'm gonna sneeze. The crowd parts before you, forming a narrow passage to the temple stairs. The Patriarch extends his hand to you. Kissing it would be a public statement, tantamount to acknowledging that the Order sides with Cassius and supports him in the old faith. But do you have a reason to challenge the Patriarch? Is this the time to openly confront him and his entire flock? How much willpower? We have giga willpower. Rely on the new believers for support. I don't trust Cassius at all. But yes, I'm gonna side with the new faith. I'm interpreting my vision as the twins' will for change. Rely on the new believers for support. But I honestly, I don't believe that the lots are the issue. The issue is that the noble lot has become corrupt and decadent. That's the issue. But the question is also if the noble lot has become corrupt because they have allowed the commoners to earn nobility. Or are those two not related? Who knows? We don't know that. You turn to Father Leonard. He nods in understanding. The abbot of the temple lifts his staff above his head. The people around him part so that he may be seen and heard. Patriarch, as far as I am aware, the Inquisition works to protect the faith of the twins, which is more than the teachings of Isacius or the dogmas of the old faith. They serve the elder and the younger Cassius. They serve the elder and the younger Cassius, not you. Father Leonard's words echo across the square, followed by silence. Leonard, sooner or later, you will realize that the teachings of Photis are nothing but a lie you desperately wish to believe. But the souls you've dragged to the foot of the pillar will take you, and your followers down with them. You spread your shoulders wide and address the people as loudly as you can. The Order of the Inquisition does not need the Patriarch's blessing. The brothers and sisters of the Order have already been blessed by the twins themselves. The Inquisitors are the judges and executioners of those who would defy the faith and stray from the true path. They need no law but the law of the younger, no love but the love of the elder. So the rumors are true. The Inquisition supports the schism within the faith. Your order has come to Magra to lay waste to the true faith in this land. Your order is working to blacken my good name among the clergy and the flock. Your order wishes to put some new believer heretic in my place, so that he may poison people's hearts with his false teachings. Cassius, every year more and more people in Magra and the rest of the Empire are refusing to obey the merciless laws of the old faith. Our teacher, Patriarch Photis, preached in this very square, and it was in this very square that he was murdered. But even that didn't stop his teachings from spreading and gaining support. One day the new faith will come to replace the teachings of Prophet Isacius. You too will be replaced by a man chosen by the parish, but the Inquisition will stand guard to keep us safe from witches, apostates, and the enemies of the faith. Brother Robin, you should go. You will find nothing but lies and false accusations here. You leave the square accompanied by Father Leonard. No one who was in the square will ever forget that gesture or the words you spoke today. Tolerance of faiths is getting really, really high. We are 2 away from religious riots. Inquisition power, the order is strengthening. Okay, we're still at 3, that's mid. Dangerous position, downfall of the Inquisition. The new sacrament. This event is a consequence of your previous actions. Conditions met. Tolerance of faiths greater than 8. For the first time in years, the authority of the new faith is on par with that of the old. The city is changing. Its people are changing too. Abbot Leonard is beloved by the people. He has supporters in the city, among the peasantry, and even among the nobles of the mantle. They all want to see Leonard become patriarch. Oh my god, I'm just thinking about like I want to work on my game. Because this is exactly the kind of storytelling stuff I want to do. But just stuck on the fucking mask. The fucking mask is like the hardest thing to make in the entire game. Fucking mask. Jesus Christ. I want to make a game like this, but I want it to be not just this. I want it to be like very, very heavy text narration based, choose your own adventure stuff. But I want that to be within another game, if that makes sense. But like this kind of game, this is what I want whenever I play like a roguelike or anything like that. And any kind of RPG that's meant to be like with choices, or it's supposed to be roguelike, or it's supposed to be procedural or whatever. Like this is the kind of stuff I want, but usually you just don't get anything even remotely close to this. Like not even at all. You get like some randomized like dungeons or something at best. I want randomized story. This isn't randomized, but yeah. I want to start making something like this with like a bit of a 4x / Heroes of Might and Magic involved. And then I want to take that as a baseline and then try to make something procedural with procedural writing. For the first time in years, the authority of the new For the first time in years, the authority of the new faith is on par with that of the old. What do you mean the first time in years? Don't you mean for the first time ever? Ever? Something like Sunless Sea? I don't know. I haven't played that. Do I need to add that to my list? I've looked at this game many times, but I just see like a ship. So I've just been like, yeah, whatever. I don't know. I even have it on ignored. Because I'm like, it's just a fucking ship. Like, I don't know. What is this even? But yeah, like I love this kind of stuff here. Like in Pathfinder Kingmaker and in Torment Tides of Numenera, they have sections like this, and those are my favorite sections in the game. Because there it feels like you can actually roleplay more, and there's like more freedom than in like the actual game. And the writing and the story is just better because they don't need a bunch of art. For the first time in years, the authority of the new faith is on par with that of the old. The city is changing. Its people are changing too. Abbot Leonard is beloved by the people. He has supporters in the city, among the peasantry, and even among the nobles at the mantle. They all want to see Leonard become patriarch. Each island has a narrative thing going on like the one you're playing, but it's not that good because none of the stories are connected to each other and feels half-baked. Yeah, no, I want it all to be connected to some degree. That's what's really hard with the procedural angle. Almost impossible, to be perfectly honest, but... You know that you can take some of the credit for this. The faithful no longer fear the twins. They proceed up to the peak of the shining pillar along the path their heart has chosen. Among the ranks of the order are many brothers and sisters who, like you, openly support the teachings of Fotis and defend the new faith. Today, Father Leonard is gathering his flock by the temple for a sermon. Our path to the twins is a search for the will, love, and law they have bestowed upon us. By means of the word of the twins, the twins have bequeathed to us. We strive to comprehend their designs and our place in it. May the lash and the sword remain things of the past, just like the lots. Our sacrament is that of the word. The book will be the symbol of the new faith. Lives of the twins will be the foundation of our sacrament. As soon as Abbot Leonard finishes his sermon, a familiar voice cuts through the din of the crowd. New faith! New sacrament! New patriarch! Parishioners echo Sylvan's cry. Pray right here on the street, preach to the people, spread our teachings. Give your neighbor the sacrament of the book and set them on the right path. You are free from the lots. May everyone know this freedom. The new believers take over the city in a matter of days. They do not rob, loot, or commit acts of violence. Priests, commoners, and nobles flood the squares and street corners, preaching the new faith and offering prayers to the twins. No one who walks the streets of Anizot can fail to hear their word. The lots must be forsaken. Those who wish to share the new faith will obtain the sacrament of the book. Thus, do the new believers grant them the freedom to choose their own path to the gods. This turn of events cannot remain unnoticed. Having solicited the support of the overseer, Patriarch Cassius addresses the people of Anizot. The sacrament is the foundation of the law of the twins, which is in turn the foundation of our blessed empire. By rejecting the sword and the lash, the new believers have rejected the elder and the younger. Their new sacrament is a rebellion against the order that the twins bequeathed to us, and thus a rebellion against the empire itself. I hold the overseer's order in my hand. Gaius Tempest commands us to prevent any change to the sacrament and punish those who persist in their sinful delusion. Jean echoes Cassius's words before the brothers and sisters of the Order. The new believers are not going to bow to our will without a fight, but our righteous indignation is a manifestation of the will of the younger. Punishing those who trespass against the divine law is our lot and our sacred duty. The prefecture's gendarmes are on our side. But several brothers and sisters suddenly began to advocate for the new faith. They do not see the sacrament of the book as heresy. They also point out that matters of faith are beyond the power of the overseer. Gaius Tempest has no right to give orders to the Inquisition. Outraged by their words, Ulrich suddenly defends Jean. Bro, I haven't been listening at all. I've been reading all this. I don't know what just happened. This turn of events cannot remain unnoticed. Having solicited the support of the Overseer, Patriarch Cassius addresses the people of Anizot. The sacrament is the foundation of the law of the twins, which is in turn the foundation of our blessed empire. By rejecting the sword and the lash, the new believers have rejected the elder and the younger. Their new sacrament is a rebellion against the order that the twins bequeathed to us, and thus a rebellion against the empire itself. This is why I dropped out of school, by the way. I hold the Overseer's order in my hand. Gaius Tempest commands us to prevent any change to the sacrament and punish those who persist in their sinful delusion. Jean echoes Cassius's words before the brother and sisters of the Order. The new believers are not going to bow to our will without a fight, but our righteous indignation is a manifestation of the will of the younger. Punishing those who trespass against the divine law is our lot and our sacred duty. The prefecture's gendarmes are on our side. But several brothers and sisters suddenly begin to advocate for the new faith. They do not see the sacrament of the book as a heresy. They also point out that matters of faith are beyond the power of the Overseer. Gaius Tempest has no right to give orders to the Inquisition. Okay? There's a schism even within the Inquisition. Outraged by their words, Ulrich suddenly defends Jean. The word is their weapon, but ours have always been the sword and the lash. Death is a better admonition than 1,000 sermons. Tomorrow the Inquisition will send those heretics to meet the twins. There, they will know the light of truth. Appeal to the Overseer. Our reputation is really, really, really bad. You must prevent bloodshed. Despite the astounding insolence it represents, you will have to address the Overseer directly. If there is the slightest chance he might hear you out, you must take it. Only one person can help you. Late that night, you pay a visit to Augustine Elborn. You tell him of the Overseer's order and the Empire's plan to crush the rebellion by force. It must be prevented. The Overseer must negotiate with the new believers and appease the city. I have already had a conversation with the Overseer, Robin. Gaius Tempest follows the teachings of his sages to the letter, as do all Arknians. But the words of a priest might have an effect on him. The Overseer is in the city right now. I will arrange a meeting for you. But be prepared for a chilly reception. Be respectful, and choose your words wisely. The next morning you arrive at the Overseer's Anizot residence, accompanied by Elborn. In the audience hall you see the imperious Arknian seated on a small throne. You get down on one knee before him. Gaius Tempest greets you with an icy glare. Who is this clergyman, Augustine? My time is valuable, and we have much to do. This is Inquisitor Robin Brante. I implore you, your grace. Hear what he has to say. Gaius Tempest gestures for you to stand. Speak. Addressing a powerful Archnian and asking for a favor is already an act of insolence, but you are about to point out his shortcomings. You freeze for a moment in hesitation. But you are a priest. Admonition is your duty. You remind the overseer that his lot forbids him from deciding matters of faith. Interpreting the gods' words and punishing heresy is the duty of the clergy. But so far, neither the Inquisition nor the Church have found the teachings of the new faith to be heretical. For a nobleman, an attempt to give orders to the Inquisition represents a direct violation of his lot that can only lead to the foot of the pillar. Gaius Tempest's face grows dark with fury and indignation, but the Archnian regains his composure and addresses you quite courteously. I appreciate your admonition, Inquisitor, but since you have decided to remind me of my duty to my lot, pray help me avoid an error in this matter. What should I do with those who would deny their lot, and thus the estates themselves? What should I do with those who would disrupt the blessed Archnian Empire with their teachings? The Overseer's fear for the future of the Empire is understandable, but the new believers have no desire to rebel against the Empire or the Archnians. Gaius Tempest will see this for himself if he meets one of them. The order issued by the Overseer will result in a massacre, and innocent people will be killed. If he does not rescind his order, bloodshed, a desolated city, and an outraged population are all Gaius Tempest will achieve. The Archnian gazes at Elborn thoughtfully. Do you think he is right, Augustine? I think that we should rely on a priest in matters of faith, your grace. The Overseer ponders this for a while, then makes an approving gesture. Prefect Elborn, go to the Inquisition and bring Inquisitor Ulrich to me. I will inform him personally that I have changed my mind. Also, summon Abbot Lennart. I want to hear what he has to say. You heave a sigh of relief. Bloodshed has been avoided. Later that day, Father Lennart gathers his flock once more. His sermon makes it clear that his conversation with the Overseer was a hard one. Brothers and sisters, it is with grief that I tell you this. We must be humble and leave the streets. The matter of the sacrament is now in the Patriarch's hands. Hence, as long as Cassius remains in power, the sacrament of the book is forbidden. Not everyone accepts this decision, infuriated by this outcome. Sylvan Samosta leaves Anizot. The closing words of his last sermon before his departure are the talk of the town for quite some time. I will no longer associate with cowards like Abbot Lennart. The twins want us to fight for the new faith, not waste time in idle chatter. Neither the abbot's will nor the overseer's can stop us. Some parishioners follow the elder when he leaves the city. Life in Anizot returns to normal. But your impertinence does not go unnoticed. Archduke Milanidas and the noble families of Magra are indignant to learn that Gaius Tempest would even consider negotiating with heretics. The result is disgrace for Augustine Elborn, your family, and those nobles who had already taken the sacrament of the book. The nobles accuse the Inquisition of remaining idle and enabling heresy. Ulrich and Jean have no arguments to the contrary. Oh, can we survive? We need to get to... The nation needs to collapse before our reputation is tarnished. The captive. Because the Inquisition power sucks. Okay. It is the Inquisition's duty to act as a sword of vengeance in the hands of the Church, to inspire awe and trepidation in the hearts of the sinners. But right now the order is too weak to protect itself, even against the attacks of insolent minor nobles. 3 days ago you received a denunciation from the village of La Grasse, claiming that the new wife of Baron L. Laverius is a magic-wielding witch. Jean went to see the Baron and bring the woman in for questioning 2 days ago, but has not returned. Today, the Inquisition received a letter from the Baron. Inquisitor Robin, I have the deepest respect for the Inquisition, but I cannot agree with your accusations against my wife. Catalina is not a witch. She is innocent. I give you my word as a nobleman. I have plenty of enemies. In their eagerness to sully our good name, they often start ridiculous rumors that cloud the minds of the peasants. Sister Jean refused to hear my arguments. I hope you will be more reasonable. Sister Jean is staying at my castle as an honored guest. Withdraw all accusations against my wife, and Jean will return to Anisot. I have no intention of harming her, a promise which, incidentally, she refused to give me regarding my wife's treatment by the Inquisition. Annoyed, you drop the letter to the desk. Really? Holy shit, I just suck ass, dude. Annoyed, you drop the letter on the desk. Your authority in Magra is already in a sorry state. Acquiescing to Ellaberius' demands would mean publicly admitting how weak the Order has become. But is there any other resolution to this situation? No, I need scheming. I'm not scheming enough. I've been too honest the whole time. Seek aid from your parishioners. And I'm super ineloquent as well, which is a little surprising. I don't know why the eloquence is so freaking low. I feel like I've been yapping. Withdraw the accusations. There is no other way. The Baron is a powerful man with good connections. The Inquisition will have to submit to his demands. You write to Ellaberius, declaring the denunciation slanderous and withdrawing all accusations against his wife, Catalina. Jean returns the next day, filled with rage. It was fairly obvious that Catalina is no witch, but how could you allow us to be humiliated by the Baron before all of Magra? Now all anyone will remember is that we can be trampled into the muck. How can the Order protect them if it can't even protect itself? Now, it's almost over for us. I wonder what happens if it falls. Like, do they just kill me? Collapse of the Inquisition. Ooh. The Order is now too weak to make Cassius face the tribunal. Oh. Shit. Maybe that's actually bad for the new faith. The hunt for Tomas. Okay. Oh no, we're gonna lose reputation again. This is definitely losing reputation, because I'm gonna help Tomas. You're shaving... It's probably more like Thomas, you know. But I'm invested in Tomas. Why is there two M's? You are shaving before going into town. You scoop some warm water from the wash basin. Wash basin. The morning light, reflected in the mirror, is blinding. A servant rushes in with an urgent letter, or rather a crumpled up note. He says it is from a childhood friend of yours. You flinch involuntarily. A nasty cut appears on your cheek. Robin, I am in trouble. You're the only one who can help me. I already told you about how I got on Commander Otton's bad side. I went against an order of his. Didn't want to squeeze the last penny from an already poor village. Otton thought me a traitor, and now he's finally found an excuse to take me out. If I don't find a way out of the city, I'll be executed. Finished Gothic? Oh no. I mean, is that good or bad? Oh, shit. I got heartburn. And I need to pee. I'll be replaying it and joining other factions later on, because I'm starting Helix today. Suppose so. Suppose so. Oof. At least you've got stuff lined up. I'm out of Chinese TV shows. It's genuinely sad. But I went back to watching Top Gear. I still have like 12 seasons of Top Gear or something. It's not like I'm not like a huge. It's not really that fun to watch, like half of it. But it's like, I don't know, it's relaxing. Not like the actual segments are good, but like I don't really care about the new Ferrari. So whenever they talk about the new Ferrari, I kind of just like zone out for a while, and then they actually do like little skits and shit, and those are good. The only reason I started watching it was because I watched the Grand Tour, which is just Top Gear, and like the first 2 seasons of that is pretty bad. But after they get rid of all of the bad shit, it's like really good. And I don't know, I really like the trio. They have like really good chemistry to the point where it's like you'll almost never see that again. I did my best to hide, but Otton's henchmen are on my trail. I am out of time, Brant. If you can, for the sake of our old friendship, help me out of this mess somehow. If Otton finds me, I'll be off to the Shining Pillar in no time. Your friend, Tomas. You crush the note in your hands. A drop of blood runs down your cheek. Your old friend is in grave danger. If you don't interfere, Tomas Guerrero is doomed. Hide Tomas in the temple. That's a terrible idea, I don't know. You cannot possibly leave your friend in need at a time like this, not even if you have to break the rules of the Inquisition to aid him. You will hide Tomas from Otton, in a place where no one will find him. The dungeons under the Inquisition ward. Well, that sounds like a really bad idea, because the dungeon is like 3 rooms. I think the Inquisition is gone. It might be, but you know who's not gone? Mr. Ulrich. He's a fucking psychopath. You set off to find Tomas. You eventually find the place where your friend has taken shelter, an attic above a shabby inn. You have not seen him for a while, but he looks a decade older already. It pains you to see him so downcast. You tell your friend about your plan. Tomas stands tall again. You spy a wicked spark in his eyes, a glimmer familiar from the years when you both were young. Well, I'll be. Inquisitor Brante from the next door is on my side. Your dungeon don't sound half bad after our barracks. I'll be fine. However, the joy on his face quickly gives way to worry. But you need a reason to get me locked up down there, right? They'll surely find you out one way or another. You're getting yourself in a lot of trouble for my sake. Your voice is calm and confident as you reply to the ex-Legion soldier. You can sort it all out, but Tomas has to remember one thing. He was seen preaching in an inn in defiance of his secular lot. Tomas nods readily. When you return to the inn, a squad of champions of faith enter behind you. You ask the squad leader to be quiet and careful. Tomas is shackled and thrown into the dark dungeon. You make sure to visit your friend from time to time, pretending to interrogate him about his illegal sermons. The dungeon keepers show Tomas no mercy, but at least Otton's men have lost track of him. Some time later you decide to act, and Sir Tomas Guerrero receives your verdict. For preaching without the priest's lot, he is to be sentenced. No, He is sentenced. There's a 2 here that's super weird. He is too sentenced. Yeah. He is sentenced to make a pilgrimage to the sacred sites of Magra, which are quite far from Anizot. Thank you, my friend. I accept this punishment with honor, and when I am done, I'll go to that village, Sulmina, and lay low. The locals owe me one. I'm sure I'll find shelter there. Let's just hope Otten forgets about me one day. Well, until we meet again, Brant. And so Tomas disappears outside the city gate. Several days pass, filled with relief after rescuing your friend. You have just returned to your usual duties, when Dorius Otten decides to pay the Inquisition a personal visit. He barges in, puffing with rage, a heavy sword in his hand. Inquisitor Brant, I was told a Magran Legion captain by the name of Tomas Guerrero has escaped justice in your dungeon. I demand you release my underling into my care this instant. You go to the Inquisition gate and meet the Archneon's fuming demands with a calm response. Indeed, Tomas Guerrero was put into the dungeon for preaching in defiance of his lot, but he has already been punished and is now a pilgrim on the roads of the province. You regret to inform His Excellency that you cannot aid him in his search. You're a liar, Brant. You know I can't prove it, but I know you hid him from me. You've got quite the nerve to defy my right to command my men as I see fit. Do you think your cassock's going to protect you from me? All you did was show everyone the Inquisition gives refuge to the very criminals it's supposed to shun. But now, by my right, I'll teach you a lesson of my own, a lesson you'll never forget. We're gonna die. Otton's hand moves in the blink of an eye. You have no time to react. Cold steel pierces your heart. Your vision grows dark, and then the world is filled with a blinding light. Damn. It's been a while. Fuck. I'm gonna get some water. There we go. You are surrounded by an immense grey void. There is nothing but shadows around you, the specters of your decisions, the spawn of your personal will. You see before you all your victories and defeats, all your errors and hopes. Another shadow comes to life by your side. As you gaze at these elusive moving silhouettes, you recognize your last action. This is the death you chose to face, knowing what fate was to befall you. This is the decision you made. The shadows keep spinning and dancing around you, the footprints of every step you have taken since the day you were born. A colossal figure looms over them all, your future true death. You can no longer deny its imminence. It has always been there, waiting for you. Now you are only one step away from it, but you will take this step yourself. The familiar gigantic figures of the twin gods appear from the void to meet you. They effortlessly lift your tiny soul and hold it in their hands. You have always been in the twin gods' hands. Their will created you. The elder did not grant you his love. He forced it into you. The younger shaped you according to his law without giving you a choice. An enormous whirlwind arises in the void. The twin gods release you into it, and the torrent of an unfathomable will whisks you away. You are merely a minuscule particle in this universal tide. This will is the sole determiner of all events, past, present, and future. Your puny actions and choices are nothing in the face of the force this torrent harbors. You whirl in the cosmic vortex of the twin gods' will until it casts you out. You careen back down to your earthly life. It is only now that you regain your ability to act. You see all the wills of the universe, intertwined in a perpetual struggle against one another. Which will you follow? The will of the elder, the will of the younger, earthly power. You abide by the worldly manifestations of the law and the will of the authorities. You obey the will of your ancestors and your family legacy. History has a will of its own. You must assume the position that was assigned to you by this will. The only will you are willing to live by is your own. This is my final life. You fall into an endless web formed by the wills of the mortal world. Now that you are free of the cosmic vortex, you can finally exert your own will and make a choice. It feels like a first grasp of air after being suffocated by an alien will, the will of the gods. But for your chosen will to be incarnated here in this world, one decision is not enough. You will have to follow this path to its conclusion, to turn this will into reality by way of your decisions, deeds, and actions. Your eyes snap open, and you sit up abruptly. The crypt is spinning around you. The stagnant stench chokes you. You got out. You succeeded in preserving yourself against the whirlwind that was tearing you asunder. The will of the twin gods have commanded you to continue your existence. You feel the urge to fall flat on your back and cackle madly. You are back. You come back to life naked and trembling in the cold, dark family crypt. It takes time for your thoughts to return to recent events. Your first thought is, what happened to Tomas? You ask around after returning to worldly matters. It appears Otten gave up the search for his subordinate and disappeared without a trace in the sprawling lands of Magra. Your sacrifice was not in vain. Your friend is finally safe. Downfall of the Inquisition. Scheming, +1.
Ooh, we didn't lose reputation.
He didn't give a shit. He's too high above. Okay, Inquisition is fucked. That might come at a cost of our reputation and also my life. That's what I'm afraid of. Like a double whammy of the things we don't want. The Inquisition has lost what little power it once had in the province. Your silver medallion no longer inspires any awe in people's hearts, only disdain and rage. It is a gloomy evening. You stop by a small chapel on the way home. What is your duty now? Is the fate that has befallen the Order your fault? Seeking an answer, you offer a prayer to the twins. The door behind you opens. The wind from outside blows the candles out. Half a dozen silhouettes surround you in the darkness. You hear an old woman speaking in a scornful voice. You are Brother Robin, are you not? Now listen closely and repeat what I tell you. What I tell you to the Order's other hounds. Stay away from our patriarch. We will not allow your brethren to slander his good name. Understood? You can finally discern their faces and ragged clothing. They are clearly commoners, but what right do they have to bear arms and ambush you? Walk away. How would I arrest them? You have no intention of dignifying her demand with a response. Saying nothing, you walk towards the exit, trying to ignore the intruders. Hey, murderer, are you deaf? You'd better answer or you'll regret it. Still silent, you walk between the men, blocking the doorway, and go outside. They follow you with threats and insults. Before you have withstood this ordeal, you take a deep breath and head home. But you have withstood this ordeal. You take a deep breath and head home. After taking off your cassock and saying your evening prayers, you're about to turn in when you hear glass shattering downstairs. Trying not to wake your family, you walk down to the first floor. You smell something burning. The sitting room is blanketed in smoke, fire slowly creeping up the curtains and across the carpet. You do not sleep that night. Your family and the servants pour water onto what was once your sitting room. Someone has scrawled the word murderer on the front door of your house. Father pulls you aside. Robin, I do not know what's going on in your order, but this is unacceptable. You have brought trouble to our home, the home I am sworn to protect. Promise me this will never happen again. We're disgraced. You promise, Father, that you will not endanger your family again, but you're not even remotely convinced that you will be able to keep your promise. It's over. It's literally over. The mark of dishonor. Recent events have dealt a crushing blow to the reputation of the Brante family. You have slipped into the realm of infamy and disgrace. So far, the noble families of the city have patiently endured your transgressions, but now you have lost faith in their eyes. Noble society is eager to bring your every dusty scandal back into the light. Old offenses, ancient grievances, and naturally father's marriage to Lydia Brante and Gloria's ignoble origins. And they have surely not forgotten that the sons of Robert and Lydia Brante, Robin and Nathan, were born out of wedlock. None of the nobles will ever say this to your face, of course. Their behavior will seem perfectly ordinary on the surface. But no matter where you go now, you will be followed by scornful glances and dismissive whispers. We have to accept this, and humbly bear this burden. All hope of being ennobled by the sword is lost. No matter what we do to restore our name, we will never wash away this mark of dishonor. Branded by dishonor. The Brante name is dragged through the dirt, never to recover. But that's okay. It's sad, but it's okay. Because we are seeking to overturn all of society and make this entire nobles of the sword thing meaningless anyway. This could be interesting. What? Oh, the rebel. A year has passed since Stefan engaged you in his scheme to marry Gloria off. I was just thinking, like, okay, what if now that we are completely unable to gain the Noble of the Sword title, what if Stefan then aligns with the new faith instead as a way to achieve it? A year has passed. Oh shit. Oh, it hurts bad. Oh, I'm dying. Oof. And yet you have no chance to influence your obstinate sister. Tempers are running high in your household. Gloria disappears for days at a time. She is often seen in the company of young commoners. Father constantly lectures Gloria, telling her that her friends are libertines and troublemakers. Connections like these will be her downfall. Your sister listens obediently, then vanishes again. Tonight Stefan meets you by the door, looking distressed. Robin, I've been waiting for you quite some time. Let's go to the garden and talk in private. It's about Gloria. You sit on a shady bench. A hot, dry wind is blowing. I was on my way to a ball at the El Liberius mansion. I was already on their doorstep when a servant told me that he had been ordered to turn me away. They will not have anything to do with a family whose offspring is a member of a secret society. I am certain they meant Gloria, and these are not mere rumors. You know full well that she is entirely capable of such a thing, and here I was wondering where our little rebel spends all her time. We have to act, brother. Any delay and the damage to our family will be irreparable. We have to make Gloria stop these escapades and get married by any means necessary. A secret society represents a tangible threat to our family. Father will see that and side with us. But still, I will not accuse Gloria without firm evidence. That would be dishonorable. My hope lies with you, Robin. You're admitted to the right circles. And Gloria still trusts you, though she fears and loathes me. The two of you played together as children so often. You should be able to strike the right tone with her. Find a way to tame Gloria and force her to get married. Remember, we are doing this for the House of Brante as well as for her own good. The hot wind scorches your face mercilessly. You are lost in thought. I mean, it's kind of like over, you know? So the question is, do we really continue pressuring her? Because it is over. Restart? No, 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 no. No, it's fine. It's fine. When I say it's over, I mean it's over. Like we cannot succeed at becoming noblemen of the sword because our family is now. What's the word? Disgraced, that's the word. So I don't know if it's like, is it worth it? Because Gloria was being an asshole. Like she was. So was Stefan. They were both being assholes. It's both of their issues. It's both of their faults. I would say it's probably more Stefan's, but I do think it's also Gloria's fault. But at this point, it's like, whatever. Like, it's all... the house is already fucked. We might as well just... go all in. Because if we're gonna just go all in on the new faith, then why am I pressuring her? That doesn't really make sense. That makes sense within the lots. It doesn't make sense within the new faith. You ponder the situation, trying to devise a plan of action, but you can come up with nothing. Can you make Gloria follow your advice? Is it right to force your sister to get married and leave the family that is now hers? Finally, you make up your mind and give Stefan your answer. No, you will not push Gloria. If she doesn't wish to marry El Pelletier, it is not within your power to force her. Stefan shouldn't count on your involvement in his plan. Stefan stays silent for a while, his arms crossed on his chest, then mutters through clenched teeth. So this is what your word is worth, Robin. Well, that's good to know. I thought you cared for our family, but at the first sign of trouble you yield. It seems nobility has not filtered into your blood yet. Get out of my sight. Take care, sudden cringe. Have a good day. Distraught, you retreat to your chambers. Even though you have forsaken your brother's plan, unsettling thoughts will not let you be. What will Stefan do now that he does not have your support anymore? Holy fuck, -3? He really did not like that at all. After many years, the simmering, unceasing hostilities between Overseer Gaius Tempest and Archduke Milanidas have finally come to an end. The Archduke has abandoned all attempts to collect additional taxes from the people. By my grace, I hereby release the common people of Magra from the Archduke's tax. All hail the dynasty of Milanidas, which has protected you since time immemorial. The farmers and merchants can finally heave a sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, the Archduke soon withdrew from all provincial affairs, sequestering himself in his ancestral castle of Serpenverda. The gentry who remained loyal to the Archduke are baffled. Has he accepted defeat at the hands of the Overseer, or is this just an elaborate ruse? No, this is bad. This is bad. This is bad. This is bad. We need the rebellion. It's my only hope. Either way, with the Archduke out of the picture, the senior gentry of Magra have lost some of their influence to the Overseer and his retinue of budding dynasties and nobles of the mantle. The feud between the two Arknian rulers has ended, but the noble estate has been split nonetheless. The common people see this as yet another reason to demand change. Oh, well, okay, I guess that pushed it even further into struggle for power. But we gained a little wealth back. Dusk falls. After a hot day, the city begins to cool down. The skies grow darker. The pillar begins to shine brighter on the horizon. The people of Anizot leave their homes to enjoy an evening stroll. This is what you see today from the window of your ascetic lodgings at the Inquisition Ward. Yep. How many years has it been since you returned home? What have you achieved in this time? Every year, Margaret descends even deeper into chaos. The schism between the old faith and the new is tearing the church apart. Patriarch Cassius now openly opposes the Inquisition. And you are still not sure the report against the Patriarch was true. You are running out of precious time, but the truth is just as elusive as it was the day you came home to Anizot. I think if we lose, like if I actually die, then I'm just gonna take that, and then we do another run. Because that is the thing, right? Like, the fact that you can die is a little scary, because you might just die before there's like a conclusion to the story, and then it just ends. Which is going to be extremely dissatisfying, I think, but we'll see. You are running out of precious time, but the truth is just as elusive as it was the day you came home to Anizot. If a priest has questions, who can answer them? Who can guide those who offer guidance? A thin book finds its way into your hands. Profound revelation, a collection of all known speeches by the elder preserved in writing by prophet Isaeus. You open the book, and your eyes find the words once spoken by a living God. And the elder said, I and mine own brother did stand amidst the world, and together we revealed ourselves to them in the flesh. And we found them all besotted, and yet they thirsted not. And sorrow did fill our souls, for their hearts were blind, and they did not see that they enter the world as empty vessels. But now they are besotted. Should they reject the wine, they will beg for mercy, but they shall have none. And my brother shall judge them, and each shall obtain retribution in the full measure of his deeds. Retribution. And each shall obtain retribution in the full measure of his deeds, whilst I remain apart in my sorrow. As you meditate over this line, you suddenly hear some sort of commotion on the floor below. How strange. The Inquisition ward is supposed to be empty at this late hour. You hurry down the stairs. There are several champions of faith dragging a chained man down to the Inquisition dungeons. It is your younger brother. Nathan has been spending most of his time away from home lately. You're not sure when you saw him last. Yeah, I didn't even think of that. Like, even if I don't fuck up, we still have fucking Nathan. To ruin our reputation. Nathan has been spending most of his time away from home lately. You're not sure when you saw him last. His clothes are torn and tattered, his unwashed hair is tangled, and stubble covers his face. He is brazenly drunk, unable to stand. Even from so far away he reeks of vomit and urine. Inquisitor Robin, I didn't think I'd find you here. My men caught this drunk by the temple. People told us he was cursing at the twins and pissing under their statues. We found him on his knees in a puddle of his own filth. He must have been praying for their forgiveness, the fool. Even a child knows the younger never stays his hand. He's so drunk we couldn't even get his name out of him. I'd let him sleep it off before the interrogation if I were you. You thank the captain for this information, but insist on interrogating the man right away. As you wish. The night watchman will be right here. Just give us a shout if you need us. Nathan sprawls on the floor, motionless. You hold a thin slab of silver in your hands and pray to this elder for a cure. The silver melts into thin air. Your brother winces and squirms as if in pain, but soon grows quiet. His eyelids flutter open. His eyes are filled with animal terror. Robin? Where am I? You tell him everything Captain Agaronim told you just now, then ask Nathan to explain what happened tonight. He sits up, squeezing his knees to his chest. His voice is very quiet. It'll be a long story, brother. You won't like it when you hear it, but I don't care. If it's you, I'll be honest. I've rejected the twins, several years ago now. Their will and love and law mean nothing to me anymore. Our gods are merciless. Their law is brutal, ruthless. Their love is an abuse. Their will is tyrannical. What? You cannot help but glance around the interrogation room. Are you sure no one heard your brother's blasphemy? I couldn't live by the lot of my birth like Isacius wants us to. I turned to the new faith and tried to find my own path to the twins, but it just showed me I don't hate my path. I hate the gods themselves. I met a man once by the name of Father Mark. He was so kind. He was kind to me. He gave me the answers I needed. He guided me to the path I was looking for, a path away from the twins. Mark teaches that the twins are nothing but absolute will, and we're all going to be dissolved in it in the hereafter. Everything we are will be gone. Mark says that the mortal world is the only place where we're free to reject the will of the twins and live a life of freedom. Only here are we free to struggle against their merciless law and the love they force on us. Only here in this world can people like me be themselves. Nathan cuts himself short. His eyes are filled with sorrow and disappointment. Mark never told us to pray or perform rituals. He told us to do everything we could to forget the twins exist. We need to set ourselves free from their will, to be who we really are. And I believed him. I rejected the twins and I found my freedom. I became one of Mark's favorite disciples. You can't even imagine how many important people follow him, even Patriarch Cassius. He follows Mark's teachings too. You cannot believe your ears. Patriarch Cassius, he's been helping witches and people of other faiths and people like me. He gave us shelter to hide from your order's spies. He told us he was happy to help somebody, anybody be free from the twins so we can live our lives as we see fit. But there's just one problem. Most of us don't know what to do with that freedom. You know, Robin, I've drunk so much wine. I've eaten all the food no commoner is ever supposed to taste. I've made love to so many women and men. Oh, I felt all the pleasures I could find, but I never found peace. I was just trying to drown out the cacophony of fear and desperation in my soul. He lets out a bitter chuckle and rolls up the sleeve of his shirt. There is a black circle around his forearm. Your brother has known a lesser death. I had been drunk for days when that happened. I don't even know what killed me. Can you imagine? But that death woke me up. When I appeared before the twins, I saw just how wrong I was. Mark, he took them away from me. The freedom he gave me was just nothing, an endless waste of life. I'm already doomed to suffer, but I'm still not happy here in my worldly life. Nathan points at his chest. He used to wear a symbol of the twins there. And then I started drinking again. I tried to reject it, everything I felt. That's when I went to the statues of the twins, screamed insults, asked them questions. Why can't I just accept them? Why can't they just accept me? But of course, they didn't tell me anything. They never listen, they just speak their word. Then I got down on my knees and begged them for forgiveness, even though I know they never ever forgive. Nathan looks at you again. Brother Mark's path wasn't mine after all, Robin. But there are people, some people, who don't have a place in the world of the twins. Please, I'm begging you, have mercy on them. They're already doomed in the hereafter. Please let them live their mortal lives in peace. Your eyes are fixed on your younger brother.
Oh shit, I can't do anything again. Why am I so dog shit?
This is it. The answer you have been waiting for all along. Have the twins finally heard your prayers, and what do they want you to do now? I do feel like the further we get into the game, the more railroaded I feel. I just don't feel like we can do almost anything in most of these, which is a bit of a shame, and that's like one of the only real critiques I would say, that I feel like there aren't actually enough choices sometimes. I feel like if you could pay like extra will or something to unlock these, I think that would be good, but I think that would be hard to write too, because then it's like dependent on something that happened in the past or something maybe. I don't know. Well, we'll have to judge him and find him guilty. That's what we can do. You do not mince words with Nathan. He will tell you the names of all of Brother Mark's disciples, the places where they gather, and the misdeeds they have committed. Then he will face an Inquisition tribunal and learn his fate. Nathan lowers his eyes. No, brother, I will tell you nothing. He will not speak, no matter how much you press him. When the sun rises, Inquisitor Ulrich and Sister Jean learn about the witness and the information he has. We've got no choice, Robin. The heretic won't talk. It is our duty to guide him to the right path. Inquisitor Ulrich walks towards Nathan. The door slams shut behind him. Jean touches your shoulder carefully. Robin, I'm so sorry. I can't imagine how much it must hurt right now. But you did what you had to do. Now we can only hope your brother won't lose the twins again. Jean's words are interrupted by Nathan's screams. It takes Ulrich 3 days to break Nathan's spirit. You had no idea your little brother could be so strong. You spend those 3 days within the Inquisition ward. You cannot bear to go back home. When you see Nathan again, there are no bruises, no scratches, but his eyes are empty and blank. The apostate claims several Magron priests have sided with this blasphemous sect, but he only knows a handful of them. Most of them are commoners or low-ranking nobles, witches, mages, heretics, and weaklings who can't bear the brunt of the divine law. We can use this against Cassius at the Sacred Conclave to get him found guilty. It's time we put an end to his hypocritical sermons. I learned the time and place of Father Mark's next sermon. He's had a falling out with Cassius. Apparently the Patriarch is planning some act of sacrilege, but he found no support with his mentor. We need to learn everything we can about his plans. The place of that heretical sermon is the mansion of one Sir El Gauthier. Just outside the city. You'll go there and arrest the apostate, but we'll discuss the details later. Ooh. After a pause, Ulrich continues. His voice sounds more insistent now. And as for the trial of Nathan Brante, his family may have been affected by these heresies. Bring them here. You relay the news to your family. Mother nearly faints. Stefan, Gloria, and Father are outraged. To the foot of the pillar with this. Even I never expected that dimwit to bring this kind of shame upon us. I should have choked him to death when we were boys. Be quiet. This isn't his fault. We should have kept a closer eye on him. Robin, how could you let the Order's butchers get their hands on him? Enough, both of you. Lydia, are you okay? Mother gets to her feet, leaning on Father's arm. When she speaks, there is a note of grim determination in her typically quiet voice. Gloria, do not insult your brother. Robin was only doing his duty to the twins. Stefan, I ask you to show restraint. Nathan has stumbled. His retribution awaits, but we are all his family and we must be at his side. Mother has spoken. Together your family leaves for the Inquisition ward. They return hours later, having received guidance from your brethren. Nathan stands trial before the Sacred Tribunal the same day. The punishment will be harsh, but your brother will live. I did my best to reduce his suffering. He must perform the walk of shame through the main street of Anisot. He is a commoner. He will learn the elder's love and the younger's law through suffering. At dawn the next day, you and your family stand at the end of the main street, waiting for Nathan. Jean is nearby. She will be the one to say when the punishment is over. Ulrich and Patriarch Cassius are there too, watching. Father Lennart is among the crowd of common folk. Citizens have lined up on both sides of the street, 2 long thin rows of people. It is every worshipper's sacred duty to participate in the punishment and help the wayward soul find the twins again. Men and women have brought rocks, broken pottery, and chunks of wood. Children peek out from behind their backs, ready with rotten vegetables and dirt. Stefan does his best to remain apart from the rest of you. Gloria watches the crowd with horror. Father's eyes are averted, full of shame. Only Mother looks straight ahead at Nathan, unblinking. Two champions of faith push Nathan down the streets with their spears, guiding him along his path. Your brother looks down at his feet. The first rock flies at him, then another. Nathan recoils with each blow, but keeps walking, his face shielded by his arms. Every step is harder than the last. Bruises, cuts, and clods of dirt cover his skin, his blood dripping onto the road. Nathan does his best to endure the punishment. His body, however, breaks before his spirit. Your brother collapses on the road a mere dozen steps away. The rocks keep flying. He cannot stand. Mother can bear it no longer. She rushes to your young brother's side. "You will kill him! Enough! Stop this!" She falls to her knees and shields Nathan with her body. The rocks hit her. She's in pain, but she will not budge. Jean's firm voice echoes over the crowd. "The punishment has ended. Enough!" The crowd falls still. A few belated clods of dirt still fly into the street, but the eager children's parents quickly shush them. "Let them keep going. I say this apostate deserves a lesser death. You have no say in this, patriarch. The punishment has ended. The Inquisition has spoken." The crowd slowly disperses, but Mother is oblivious to anything but her son. She strokes his face, wiping away all the blood and grime. "It's all over, my son. It's finally over. We're going home now. All will be well." -2. Well, luckily we were at +5, so it doesn't really matter if we ended up torturing him a little bit. Oh, we're getting the Inquisition back in power a little bit by torturing my brother. Sure, why not? Holy shit, tolerance of faiths went down that much? God damn. Oh, we got disgraced again. Evidence against Cassius. You now have irrefutable evidence of Cassius's apostasy, the key to bringing the Patriarch down. It is quite late at night. The cold air of the desert burns your skin. You're accompanied by Jean, Captain Agarni, and his champions of faith. You're on your way to the Elgothier estate. Father Mark will preach there tonight. Your plan is almost complete. There are only minor details left to discuss. My squad and I will be right nearby. We'll rush to your aid if you need us. Be careful. We don't know what to expect of these renegades. Try to arrest Father Mark, but do not take any unnecessary risks. Inquisitor, you are heading into the enemy's lair to act as my weapon. When the time comes, smite the heretics mercilessly with the power of the twins. You promptly don the inconspicuous travel attire instead of your usual cassock. There are priests among Father Mark's followers, but it is best not to attract attention. You saddle up and ride toward the estate. The entrance is guarded by armed men. You give them the password and proceed to the courtyard. You see several dozen people in the house. The cavernous main hall is lit by flickering candlelight. You see many commoners and a few noblemen seated around the tables. You spot armed guards by the windows and doors. You take a seat in the corner, far from the large groups of people, and await the beginning of the sermon. A short, stout man steps onto a little pedestal. He is wearing the brown cassocks of a clergyman, but without any symbols of the twins. The audience greets him with cheers. He responds with a charming smile and raises a hand, calling for silence. Greetings to you all. I see some new faces among us. You came to this house because you can find no refuge elsewhere. You came because you have questions. You came because you have... Question no one is willing to answer. Questions. Yeah, honestly, they need to proofread this more. Why are the laws of this world so cruel? Why is your life, regardless of your estate, full of torment? Why are the ways of this world so unjust? And I answer, ye shall know the tree by the fruits. The twin gods created this world with their will. The twin gods bestowed their law upon us. The twin gods filled the world with their love, but their creation is unendurable. There is no mercy in it, no joy, no kindness. If the world the gods created is so cruel, the only conclusion is that we have very cruel gods. A disturbed murmur buzzes through the audience. What the twins do with us with their will. Their law, and even their love, is a violation. They take our lives away, subjecting our existence to their will. Our happiness and joy is of no consequence to them, nor are our desires and hopes. All they require is servitude and unquestioning obedience. After we die, the inevitable awaits us. We will be dissolved in their boundless will, submitted to their absolute law, and drowned in their merciless love. Our will shall be no more. In the hereafter there is no I, just they. We will cease to exist. So it makes no difference what we face after death. Whether the peak of the pillar or the foot, it is all the same: eternity, dissolution, and oblivion. But despair not, brothers and sisters. As long as we have our worldly life, we do exist. As long as we live, we can still discover ourselves and become what we want to be, not what they want us to be. So we must cast aside the twins and live our lives in this world without a second thought for our cruel gods. We are all doomed in this hereafter, hence we are free now. I call upon you to rebel. Without a spiritual rebellion, we will all become slaves to their will for the rest of our lives. We will miss our only chance to live beyond the bounds of their pitiless law, and our lives will be no different from the hereafter that awaits us. The listeners meet Mark's words with hushed awe. But be aware that the path of deliverance is hard. Freedom is a burden, and it can break the spirit of even the most stalwart and wise. You think of Nathan lying on the dungeon floor. Patriarch Cassius was our brother and followed our teachings. He protected those in need of salvation and freed those who could no longer bear the will of the gods. But Cassius embarked upon the path of rebellion in an attempt to become like unto a god himself. What? I taught Cassius to forsake the divine laws. But what he heard was, make your own laws. I taught him to save those who suffer from the will of the twins, but he heard, subject the world to your own will. Patriarch Cassius wants to defy the twins and forcibly liberate people of their oppression. His intention is to spread my teachings, turning them into a new prison for this world. I tried to make Cassius see reason, but a man who considers himself equal to the gods is deaf to the words of a mere mortal. I cannot stand against him, and I will not support him. This is the reason I am leaving Anizot and Magra. Tonight we meet for the last time. Mark steps down. He is instantly surrounded by people. It is time to decide what to do next. Nathan Brante recruited. Can't make a deal. I'm gonna capture his ass. You have to arrest Mark and wait for Jean to arrive, no matter what. You step into the middle of the hall and make a loud pronouncement. In the name of the Inquisition, everyone in this house is under arrest. The building is surrounded by champions of faith. Resistance will only lead to unnecessary bloodshed. People spring to their feet. The guards are bewildered. You continue to shout orders, hoping that Jean will arrive in time. El Gauthier, the host, draws up a curtain to reveal a secret door in the floor. Mark and his entourage move toward the hidden exit. You find a silver slab with your fingers, say a short prayer to the younger, and dash toward the heretic. Without wasting a second, you implore the younger. You raise your arms, allowing a miracle of the twins to be performed. The burning hot silver disappears. A white flash lights up the night. The preacher's body falls to the floor. El Gauthier gives orders to his men. Several guards run towards you. One flash after another flies from your fingertips. The men drop to their floor, bound by the power of the twins. The burning hot silver slab leaves marks on your palms. Where could Jean be? El Gauthier draws his sword and attacks you. You instinctively reach for a silver slab, but do not have time to say a prayer. El Gauthier's blade slashes through your face and chest. Your legs give way. You fall to the dirty floor, face down. Cold spreads throughout your body. Your vision is clouded by a bloody haze. A few moments later, a white flame flashes near you. El Gauthier falls down, bound by the power of the twins. Jean is here. You draw your last breath, then all is dark.
Fuck, we died?
This was your fourth and final death. You had spent all the time allotted to you by the gods. As you soar towards the shining pillar, you take one last glance down. You see thin, shimmering lines running along the ground. You observe the human fates with which your earthly life was connected. Fates that will now continue their course without you.
Neither side could overcome the other. The fire of the revolt could not be extinguished. The province, and then the whole empire, fell on troubled times.
For years after your death, Anizat continued to simmer like a cookpot over a slow flame. The powerlessness of the simple folk, unable to change the old order, gradually gave way to rage. Finally, this anger became stronger than their age-old submission to the higher estate, and their fear of divine retribution. This rage was the spark that lit the fire of the revolt. The rebels took up arms and seized the city for themselves, led from the shadows by the last straw. When the moment of truth came, there was no soul in Anizat strong-willed enough to spearhead the raging revolt. The opposing factions soon reached a stalemate in which neither side could prevail completely. Anizat refused to surrender, but after a prolonged siege, Gaia's Tempest finally broke the city's defenses, and the Legion entered the rebellious city of Anizat. The insurgents fled, the mobs disappeared from the squares and the streets, the leaders of the revolt were hanged. But the city's capture made even more trouble for the Overseer. The unrest was beaten down, but not suppressed completely. New riots followed one by one, as the common folk, the new faith priests, and many nobles of the mantle continued to wage a desperate struggle against the old authorities. Gaia's Tempest responded to the seething rebellion with more executions and threats, but dissent continued to grow. As the unrest in the city smoldered, the rest of the empire eventually caught wind of the Anizat revolt. Nearby Magram towns and villages saw their first riot soon after. Chaos began to spread across the empire. The empire responded to this enduring turmoil with ruthless action, but even after several villages and towns were drowned in blood, the riots only intensified. The dominance of the emperor and his dynasty began to wane. Power struggles broke out between the powerful nobles in the capital. Then, a shocking event took the empire to its core. Emperor Uther II was found dead in his palace, never to be reborn. His heirs, Gerion and Flavius, both disappeared without a trace. With no one to take the throne, the noble dynasties accused one another of plotting against the Tempest's rule. Feuds and internecine strife became commonplace. And so began an age of anarchy, a time of massacre and riots, conflict and bloodshed, chaos and unrest. There were no winners in this war of all against all, only survivors. The empire entered a dark and terrible age. You have made your last and most important choice. Was your death worth it? Could you have chosen a different path? Either way, there is no going back. Your fate is sealed. There is no returning from the hereafter. And so you bid farewell to your mortal life. Everything you fought for, everything you strove for, all that is behind you now. You're on your way to the shining pillar to await the judgment of the twins. You can no longer change the world's destiny, but the choices you made and the deeds you did have left an indelible mark. The world will remember the life and suffering of Robin Brante. The hour of your death has come. Your soul has left your body, never to return. You are taken to the peak of the shining pillar. Every moment separates you more and more from the mortal realm. The link that once bound you to it is gone forever. You look up to see two divine visages, watching you intently. The elder twin gazes upon you, full of sorrow and compassion. The younger examines you dispassionately, seeing your every act and thought. You have ascended from the mortal realm. From here you are but one step away from partaking in eternal bliss atop the peak of the shining pillar. But first, you must be judged by them, just as every other soul born in this world has been judged since time immemorial. Only their judgment can decide whether you deserve to remain atop the peak or be hurled down to the foot. You stand before the twins. Your very essence is laid bare before them, all the secrets of your inner self revealed in full. Your soul is like an open book to them, one that preserves the story of your entire life. You lie prostrate before the gods. The time has come to take responsibility for your mortal life. And the elder twin asks, are you thankful to the gods for the life you lived? You're glad it is over. I don't know. I'm gonna say I am calm. They hear your answer. Compassion and remorse fill the immeasurable deep eyes of the elder twin. He turns to face his divine brother, who returns his gaze with an expression of stern remorse. The elder twin asks you once more, what was your life to you? Your life was focused on learning about the world and its truth. Yes, I'm gonna go with that one. That's actually what I was doing. The elder twin bows his head warily, considering your response, but the stern visage of the younger already looms above you. Human by the name of Brante, what did you live for? Faith. Yeah, it was faith. You strove to gain a better understanding of the twins and find your own path to them. The younger's gaze lingers on your bare, defenseless soul. The divine figure continues its stern interrogation. What did you leave behind? Honestly, I feel like we did achieve literally nothing. But I don't think, like, you left no mark in the mortal realm. I don't think that's true either. These are like the same. Doctrine, you believed in something and it changed the world. Change, you blazed a trail for change that will long outlive you. Yeah. The younger twin now moves towards you with clear intent, poised to render his judgment. But the elder twin restrains his brother with a gesture. A divine voice fills you once again. Did your life make the world we made better and more perfect? That is not for you to judge. I do not know. The younger twin is silent, his eyes two swords piercing your soul. The elder twin speaks to you again, but you already know the question, the very same question that caused you so much suffering shortly before your true and final death. What determined your destiny? Your path was charted for you by the people of the age and the society in which you lived. I mean, at the end of the day, yourself is the truth, but the world around you is also really true. These kind of go hand in hand, right? And I guess these two also kind of go hand in hand, I suppose, depending on your beliefs, I suppose. Maybe they put them like this that way, because they're kind of opposites. I'm gonna go with the world around you, because I actually answered that before as well. The soul of a man named Brante lies prostrate at your feet. You have witnessed his entire life, known his every act, seen his every thought and desire. No other soul could ever walk the same path. So many difficult choices, so many emotions, so much pain. Another soul awaits your judgment. You know no mercy, nor does your brother. Every mortal must walk the path chosen for him to the very end. Those who abide by the precepts set forth by you and your brother shall return to you and become a part of you. Those who reject you shall know the eternal suffering of oblivion. Where does the man named Robin Brante belong? I don't know. I would say peak of the pillar. You gingerly grasp the fragile soul, lift it up and turn to face your elder brother. You lift your sword. Your brother stands with arms akimbo, ready for the blow. The blade slices through his chest, blinding light gushes from the gash. You bring the minuscule soul to your brother's chest and it dissolves in the stream of shimmering luminescence. A tiny fragment of your shared creation has rejoined the whole. Man named Brante is no more. There is only the eternal fount in which he now abides. All right. Yep. I guess that's the end of the game. And like I said, I do think like dying is, it's inevitable that it's kind of not a great experience. But I think the idea of the game really is replaying it as well, to some degree. It does have an Iron Man mode, which is what I was playing, and consequences were also hidden, because I don't want to see the consequences, because that's lame. Let's start again. Probably not going to play like that much longer, but let's get going. You hold the fate of a single man in your hands. You will follow his life from birth to death. Yeah. This is just the tutorial. Not a tutorial, but introduction.
The story of my life remains written on these pages. But my fate has always been my own. Every deed, every choice, every person I met made me what I am. Could I have taken a different path? Could I have found a different calling? Altered the very course of history? And what price would I have to pay?
Where's my mouse? There. Your fingers are stained with ink. Your breathing grows ragged. Your hands are shaking. Yet the words begin appearing on the page before you one by one, clinging together to form a chronicle of your own life. Who are you, and how did you reach this end? You were born, raised, and lived your entire life in the blessed Arcanian Empire. In this land, a man's destiny is predetermined at the moment of his birth, whether human or Arcanian, nobleman, priest, or low-born commoner, all bend to the divine will of the twin gods. Each life is naught but a single cog in the universe's immeasurable machine. The memories come flooding back. They engulf you as a merciless wave, binding together days that are thrice dead and gone. The dreams of your childhood, your adolescence, your youth spent in the capital, years of peace teeming with life and a war drenched in blood. High ranks and lowly deeds, opulent palaces, secretive city backstreets, fields of battle, and faces, so many faces of the people you held dear, the people who walked this road by your side. Such was your life, now all exposed by ink erupting onto the page. With your every step you sought to change the world as you saw fit. The choices of your upbringing, the path you carved in your youth, the fruits of your struggle, the consequences of your sacrifice, all of it led you here to the end of your time. And every choice had a price. Now years and years later, the crossroads of your life echo in your memory, the pain and joy inextricably intermingled. Could you have taken a different path, chosen a different calling, found a different place in the world? You had the power to alter the very course of history. Now on the verge of death, you struggle with doubt, seeking answers to the last and most crucial question of all. Your life, of all the paths in life, why did you walk this one? Did you choose your own fate, or was your life shaped by forces beyond your control? What determines a man's destiny? The man himself. Let's go with that. You can hear death's footsteps drawing near. You square your shoulders and take a deep, full breath. You have found your final answer. What is destiny other than a long chain of your own actions and decisions? No matter what happened in your life, you always had a choice. You lived the life you deserved. Only you can answer for it. But are you right about this? Is it all true? You learn the truth. You will have to learn the truth, you will have to return to the very beginning, remembering every step you took along the way. On these pages, the story of a man named Robin Brante will live once more. Now, the most important choice. Who do we choose in the beginning? Mommy, Daddy, or the spooky space demon? Childhood, where life begins. First words, first unsteady steps. You are but a small child, learning about the world in which you were born. To you, everything is so new, so baffling, and so unforgiving. A long, trying life stretches before you. So many feats and faults, so many fateful choices to come. Yet you are already sowing the seeds of your future self. You're learning to live and survive in this world, looking for a place within it to call your own, choosing your future destiny. Who will you grow up to be? In chapters childhood, adolescence, and youth, you will... Yeah. We know. We know how this works. At first there was nothing. No time, no sensation. Nothing but darkness and void. But then a will breathed life into nothingness. Matter and spirit were set in motion. History began its march. It was your turn to enter this world. Your first memory. You're lying on your back, blinded by a bright white light. You're not alone. Above you tower the colossal figures of those who created you. You are a part of them, and they are a part of you. Between you and them is an inexplicable connection, a strong, unbreakable link. They will always watch over you, guard you, and protect you. It hurts to breathe. You let out the pain in the form of a desperate scream. Your creators extend their hands toward you. There are two of them, the ones who made your form from their own selves and brought you into this world. They are united, yet as they lean closer, you begin to see how different they are. You can already feel their differences within you, struggling against each other. The first figure is soft and emphatic, wise and merciful. The love that emanates from it wraps you head to toe like an invisible blanket. The warmth from it is never-ending. The second figure is strong and powerful, commanding and noble. It is harsh but fair, a beacon of guidance, a force of protection and merciless punishment for every misdeed. This describes both the twins and your parents, by the way. Yet there is also a third figure. It's like a shadow, barely seen behind them, yet already pulsing with an unbreakable will to live. It is the very will to live that is now growing ever stronger within you. A soft open palm, a strong closed fist, a lingering, distant shadow. You struggle to loosen the swaddling clothes wrapped around you and extend a tiny hand into the world. I'm gonna smile at the shadow. Your first smile appears on your face, awkward yet genuine. Your mother and father exchange looks and start talking. You know no words yet, so all you hear is a sequence of booming sounds. But the stranger behind them has no need for words. The stranger's look is all it takes for you to feel that you will live and act. Feel the will to live and act that now burns within. The stranger's look is all it takes for you to feel the will to live and act that now burns within you. The shadow brings a finger to its lips, as if to say, there, baby, don't cry, this is our secret now. And then the shadow melts into the light. Okay. As the days go by, you learn to tell your parents apart. You recognize father by his heavy breath and strong, cold hands. He visits you rarely. Hello there, little Robin Brante. Mother's tender voice, however, follows you day and night. My, you're growing so quickly, my child. There are 2 more children in the family, named Stefan and Gloria. Gloria sings songs to you. She often dresses you in tight clothing and gently holds your hands as you learn to take your first steps. Stefan likes to sweep you up and pinch you and toss you into the air. Oh, look, this is your brother and sister. Yeah, you're my little brother. We're gonna play together, but I'll always be in charge, 'cause you were born a commoner. Be quiet, you. He doesn't understand yet. Come on, baby Robin, let's go play in the yard. It is hot outside. You grip your brother's hand with one hand, and your sister's with another, as they help you walk down the giant stone stairs. Then you sit on the ground and start exploring the sparse blades of grass with your fingers. It tickles. In the sky far above and away from you is a gigantic pillar, a perfectly straight stick made of light. It is so bright it hurts to look at. Why are you staring at the shining pillar? It's not going anywhere, you know. Hey, I want to play hide and seek. He's just a little baby. How's he gonna play? Then you hide him, and I'll try to find both of you. You have no idea what they're talking about, but you support them with happy cooing. This is strange, but so exciting. Stefan and Gloria glance at each other, then your brother walks to a big tree, closes his eyes and starts shouting something. Gloria takes your hand and walks you through the yard. Your sister takes you behind some thick bushes by a tall wall. The light from that light stick on the horizon barely reaches here. You can't see home from this place. The ground is crawling with tiny black bugs. Gloria sits you down on the ground and puts a finger to her mouth for some reason, and then she's gone. You can no longer hear Stefan's voice. Gloria is nowhere to be seen. You feel colder. The bugs are no fun to play with. You've been sitting here for a long time, completely alone. Nobody checks on you. Did they forget about you? Did they abandon you? Sit there and wait was what I did last time. I'm gonna cry loudly. You take a deep, deep breath and start bawling. This is the loudest you have ever cried. It is a cry of sheer terror, the cry of a boy waiting to be found, a boy whose brother and sister hurt his feelings when they left him all alone. You hear brisk steps, then leaves and twigs rustling and parting. Mother leans over you. So that's where they took you. Your tears dry the moment you see her. You greet her with glee. There is no reason to be afraid anymore. Mother picks you up, puts you to her chest, and pats you on the head. Your brother and sister stand behind her, clearly feeling guilty. Gloria is in tears, just like you. Stefan keeps staring at his feet. You hug Mother tightly. She is here now. I don't think that one really matters at all. You don't gain really anything. Another memory. You're still a little child, but you can already talk and run around on your own. Today is out of the ordinary. Father is busy around the house, giving orders to the servants. Throughout the day, the kitchen has been abuzz with work, and there are solemn, gloomy preparations and candles being lit. Even your older brother Stefan is quiet today. Mother takes your hand and brings you to your sister Gloria. My son, today is the great descent. We honor the day when the twin gods descended to us. We must spend this day in reverence to the gods. You are too young to understand, so just do everything your sister says for now. Gloria takes you to the playroom. There are no toys there, no chairs. Even the carpet has been taken away. There is nothing there but a bare wooden floor. Today we are not allowed to go to any other rooms, and we'll be eating nothing but gruel and stale bread. On the day of the great descent, everyone must be where they belong. It is quiet, unusually so. Muffled voices from beyond the door are all you can hear. You are sitting on the cold floor, confused, with no idea what to do. Then you hear your sister's voice, a lonely sound in the empty room. It is a little song that Mother taught her. You hold your breath as you listen to it. When the twins came down to earth, they brought lots for every birth. Let us count them 1, 2, 3. The twins made them for you and me. Nobles rule and bravely fight. They protect us with their might. Priests work hard to understand, guide us by the twins' commands. Common people work and toil, always patient, never spoiled. Leave your lot where you were born, to the day when you pass on. Know your lot and know the prayer, for the twins see everywhere. You are transfixed by the tune. Gloria notices your gaze, and a smile creeps across her face. You like the rhyme, don't you, Robin? Do you know what it's all about? Look, there are 3 lots. They were brought to us by the twins when they descended to us from the shining pillar. Remember that pillar of light on the horizon. That's it. You can see the shining pillar any time, from anywhere in the world. If you follow your lot as you live, you'll reach the peak of the pillar. And if you don't, you'll get eternal torment at the foot. You and I are low-born. Mom is a commoner too. So the lot for you and me is to suffer and be patient and work hard. Understand? The priests and the nobles have other lots. The nobles fight and rule over everybody. The priests, well, I'm not really sure what they do, but I guess they talk to the twins and then teach everybody. Gloria stares at you intently. Did you get it, silly? Then she shakes her head and keeps singing the song over and over again. Her voice transfixes you, drawing you in. The room starts to glow like the sky. From this light emerge 2 figures you have known ever since the moment of your birth. One of them embraces your sister's shoulder. The other stands guard behind her back. You watch this happen before your very eyes, unable to turn away. Gloria is swaying to the song, unaware of what is happening. She sings the final verses once more. Know your lot and know the prayer. You feel compelled by this divine sight to express yourself somehow. You feel words condensed within you from the light. But what will these words be? Finish the song properly. Know your lot and know the prayer. For the twins see everywhere. You sing the last line together with Gloria. Your sister looks up at you in surprise and gives you a nod. The shining pair standing behind her back turn to look at you. You can feel their gaze piercing you from top to bottom. When the moment passes, they melt into the dim light coming from the window. Gloria turns her head to look at where you were staring. Did you see something, Robin? You shake your head. Not anymore. You are starting to understand more and more of what the adults say. Your family is an unusual one. Your father is a nobleman, but not by birth. His is a title earned through great service, but your mother is a low-born woman, a commoner. Because of this you were born a commoner, but father says you may yet come unto nobility. You learn to read at an early age. Together with mother, you read and learn by heart the many poems about the divine twins, the twin gods who reside upon the shining pillar. Mother calls these poems prayers. Again and again you try to discern the shapes of the gods in the strip of holy light that shines in the sky all day and night, but the light is too blinding to gaze upon. The greatest joy of all is when the stairs are no longer an insurmountable obstacle. Now you can climb and even jump from step to step. Father urges you to be more careful and avoid climbing too high. But even though you keep falling, you never stop being curious about the world around you. Your older brother, Stefan, now spends less and less time playing with Gloria and you. Playing with commoners is beneath a nobleman to be, he says. So Gloria calls him names, and Stefan pulls her pigtails. One fine evening, Father gathers you all in a sitting room with an announcement. You will have another little brother or sister soon. Gloria asks him to bring home a little sister. Another brother would be too much. Stefan gets frustrated. There are too many little siblings getting in his way as it is. Soon you'll be an older brother too, and it doesn't really matter who the youngest will be, a boy or a girl, you will love them the most. When Father comes back from his trips, he reads his adult books aloud for you. You find those stories of wars, generals, and rebellions quite enchanting, and Father approves of your fascination. Study hard, and maybe one day you'll become a noble of the mantle and earn your sword. But first, you need to grow up. Growing up, the concept is as terrifying as it is alluring. You keep staring at the carpet under your feet. You're both ashamed and proud, and it feels odd. A scratch on your hand stings a little. Stefan is standing next to you, sniffing from pain. Your brother was training in the yard with a wooden sword. You wanted to play with him, but he ended up getting angry and throwing the sword at you. The stick hit you in the shoulder. You picked it up and hit him with it. You see Mother's shoes walking to and fro on the carpet. You do not want to look up. You would rather not see her angry. She's not as gentle to you these days. Why did you hurt Stefan, Robin? You stammer out an explanation. He hit you first. You just hit him back. How dare he pester me like that? When I grow up, I'm gonna hit you with a real sword. Mother shushes you both and speaks to you again. Her voice is stern, and yet you can still feel her concern for you. Even if Stefan hits you, you cannot hit him back. You are my son, and I was born a commoner. Our lot is to suffer, but your brother was born from a noble father and a noble mother. His sacrament is coming soon, and then he'll rule over the likes of us. If you hurt a noble, you must be punished. That is your lot. And the sooner you learn it, the better off our entire family will be. Now Stefan looks at you in triumph. You look up at Mother in fear, not sure what to do now. I will accept my punishment. You look down and agree with what she just said. You're ready to be punished. You start apologizing to Stefan, but he turns his back on you. Before you can finish, Mother takes your hand and leads you away. You do not want to follow her. Your hands are getting sweaty and your legs are growing heavy. Then suddenly she stops and bends down closer to you, looks you straight into the eyes. My son, I see you understand our lot now. We do not defy, we suffer. That is our only path to the twins after all our deaths, our only way to reach eternal bliss atop the peak of the pillar. Our virtue is meekness. We are humble in our words. We work hard. We think what is right. You have shown all of this. I am so proud of you. She hugs you, and you finally release the pent-up tears. You feel much more at ease now. You are flogged in front of your entire family. The pain burns on your skin again and again, but you feel the touch of the divine law with each blow. Ouch. Ouch. Mother mostly stays in her chambers now. With each passing day she grows heavier and her features get rounder. It gets difficult for her to walk, but she still smiles all the time. One day she takes your hand and puts them on her big belly, and you feel a movement deep inside her. You will have another brother or sister soon. Gloria takes you on walks to the yard now. You explore the yard together under the evening light of the pillar, and she sings you songs and tells you amazing stories. Hey, Robin, do you want to hear a rhyme? I wrote it myself. There's even a bit about you, but don't tell anyone, okay? Writing poems and songs is only for nobles. If Mommy hears about it, I'll get flogged. Remember how you got flogged for hitting Stefan? Our judge is my second father. In the past, I had another. Mother says the twins are great. Says we should not fight our fate. Brother loves to jump around. Please don't fall down on the ground. See, I wrote a little rhyme. Please don't tell them it is mine. But today your sister is nowhere to be seen. She promised to take you to the old pond and show you the red frogs that live there, but then she vanished. The servants join you in your search. Even Mother leaves her chambers when she hears the commotion. Finally, you find Gloria in the far corner of the garden. She is holding a quill and sheets of paper covered in poetry. Mother becomes angry the moment she sees it. She looks through the poetry and her face grows dark with rage. Gloria is standing before her, wringing her hands and looking for an opportunity to run, but there seems to be no escape. What is this nonsense, Gloria? Who's this child up there? We talked about this. You were told to take care of your little brother. You're absolutely not allowed to entertain yourself with this writing. I can decide that for myself, Mom. No, you cannot. It has already been decided by the gods. And he's not a little brother anymore. He doesn't need a nanny, and I need some time alone to think for myself. I'm not hurting anyone. You're a commoner and a future wife. It's time you learned how to properly care for children. Had your disgraceful former father kept me in his house, you could have been born a noble, but that is not our fate, and you are absolutely forbidden from ever spoiling paper and wasting ink again. Mother grabs Gloria firmly by the hand and takes you both into the house. The scribbled sheets fly into the fireplace. Gloria sobs violently. You are a bystander to this scene, unsure of how to act. Oh shit, I don't have enough perception. Complain about your sister. Determination too. I'm gonna leave the room. You slip out of the sitting room and go back to the playroom before the scene reaches a conclusion. You can still hear Mother yelling and Gloria crying behind your back as you leave. Back in the playroom, you start building a formidable fortress out of wooden blocks to busy yourself. If only you had toy soldiers to storm it. A little later, the playroom door opens. You're not mad at me, are you? You shake your head. Can I stay with you for a while? You nod and return to your game. Gloria sits on the floor in a faraway corner of the room. Mother is in her armchair, knitting woolen jackets, pants, and socks for the little one. The baby will need to be kept warm, she says. Father spends less time at home now. Mother says he's very busy with his important job. He's a judge after all. One day you decide to ask Mother about Stefan and Gloria. How come they're brother and sister to you, but not siblings to each other? Well, my dear, I didn't give birth to Stefan, you see. He's the son of another mother, and Gloria is the daughter of another father. Come now, don't knit your brow like that. You'll understand when you're older. How is that even possible? You're all family, are you not? Several days later, Mother calls Stefan and Gloria to the sitting room. You sneak in after them. At first, Mother gets angry and asks you to leave, but then she relents. You're told to sit still, be quiet, and remember every word you hear. When you enter the temple, bow to the twins, first to the elder on the right, and then to the younger on the left. Stefan, you're a nobleman to be, so walk along the side paved with marble, where the benches are. Gloria, you walk along the sharp side. When you're there, you must get down on your knees, each on your own side. Stefan, kiss the sword. Gloria, my daughter, they will strike you with the lash. Don't be afraid of it. Resign yourself to the suffering it brings. It is the blessing of your lot. Gloria doesn't like the idea of the lash. There's a tense feeling in your chest as well. You were told to remember this. Will the lash strike you too one day? On the next day, they take your brother and sister to the temple. You run towards them when they finally come back. The back of Gloria's dress is soaked with blood. She's hunched a bit, sobbing quietly. Stefan is putting on airs, acting prouder than ever. Nothing else looks different about them. It's like all is the same, and yet everything has changed. Each of them has accepted their lot. You eye the little bundle in your father's arms with curiosity. Behind the many layers of swaddling clothes is your newborn baby brother. Mother is glowing and smiling with joy. Stefan and Gloria are also here, all excited. You promise yourself you're going to be the best big brother in the world. You'll never hit him, oh no. The two of you will play together, and tease Stefan together, and help Mother together, and go on so many adventures together. There's a little funny thought, I guess, but, like, child mortality is like giga high in ancient times. But here they live 4 times, so your little brother might just like choke to death on his own snot and then just be reborn in the crypt like 3 times before he's grown up. You promise yourself you're going to be the best big brother in the world. You'll never hit him, oh no. The two of you will play together and tease Stefan together and help Mother together and go on so many adventures together. It feels so strange to be an older brother. Just the other day you were the youngest in the family, but everything is different now. Your parents name your little brother Nathan, and Mother spends day and night by his side. And Nathan cries all the time, day and night. Mother barely gets any sleep. She's so worn out she starts forgetting things. Like today, for instance. She forgot her knitting in the armchair in the sitting room. You'd better bring it back to her as soon as possible. You run to Mother's bedroom. You miss her smile so much. You walk in without saying hello and give her the knitting. But instead of gratitude, you get an ice-cold, exhausted stare. Nathan is also there, screaming all the time. Go away, Robin. You're bothering me. She spits these words out through her teeth. You look at the bawling newborn. She can't even get a minute of respite. Enough already. When are you going to stop? I just want some peace and quiet. Mother leaps across the room and starts shaking Nathan with malice in her eyes. His cries get even louder. She looks so tired from his never-ending screams. She seems to be within an inch of smashing him against the wall. Somebody has to do something. You are scared of your mother right now, but you fear for Nathan's life much more. Hug Mother. I feel like if I call Father for help, then Nathan is like brain dead for life. that's what I feel like. What makes sense here? I'm gonna call Father for help. You run away to Father's study and stammer out a plea for help. Father gets up immediately and runs back with you. He barges into Mother's chambers and embraces her and baby Nathan with all his might and love. She screams at him at first, crying how she's tired of everyone. He whispers something in response, then takes Nathan from her and says she should lie down and rest. Then, suddenly, Nathan stops crying. Mother looks around and sees you standing next to Father. My son, forgive me. I'm so sorry you had to see this. Thank you for going to your father for help. The twins know I didn't want to hurt anyone. Mother's face is covered in tears. Everything will be all right now, Father tells you. You can go. You leave in quiet joy as Mother calms down, and Nathan falls asleep. Father won't let anything bad happen. Your younger brother Nathan is born. That's also where he becomes stupid. I shook him too much. You take up Father's touch on your shoulder. You wake up to Father's touch on your shoulder. He's finally back home after a long trip. Robin, today is your special day, the day when you begin your studies. Now teachers will be coming to our home to teach you, and you must do everything they say. Be diligent in your studies, and you will grow closer to the nobleman's lot. And since you must remember this day, a present is in order. Lydia, get our little schoolboy dressed. I am taking him to the market district. Stefan wants to come with you too, but Father shushes him sternly. This is your day. Your elder brother is hurt to hear this, but stays quiet. An open carriage takes the two of you through the dusty, noisy city streets, a pleasant wind tussling your hair. Your city is called Anisot. That you already know. It is one of the largest cities in the entire empire. There is a big shadow on the street. It comes from the white foliage of an enormous tree that spreads its branches all above the city. My son, did you know that the silver tree grew from the blood of our god's own disciples? It has been growing here for hundreds of years right in our city. It cannot be damaged or burned. Not even the clergy know why. The carriage comes to a halt by a small shop next to a city square. You run there and freeze by the stalls in excitement. The shop is packed with dolls and figurines and toys. You've never seen so many at once before. Have you chosen your present yet? Father asks. You have. You want the Holy Order set, which includes several figurines of the Empire's greatest warriors of all time. You rattle off everything you know about the Holy Order. They were the ones who aided the Emperor's own forces in seizing the province of Magra and storming our city. That's how we joined the Empire. Father nods in approval. Very well. War isn't your lot for now, but maybe these toy soldiers will teach you to think like a general. We will lead them into battle and study military strategy. Go ahead, take your present. Having said this, Father turns away to examine the books. You run to the box of toy soldiers, delirious with excitement. But there is a fancy-dressed boy in your way. He is about to take your warriors for himself. He elbows you aside and reaches for the box. Anger overcomes you and you push him from behind. Your opponent falls to the floor. The rich boy screams so loudly everybody in the shop hears it. He hit me! He hit me! A tall tower of a man looms over you. This is the boy's father. But then you feel your own father's hands on your shoulders. What happened? You press against Father. Your mind more at ease now. He will protect you. Yes, you shove the boy to the floor in front of everyone, but he tried to take your present for himself. Father turns you around to face him when he hears these words. Is this true, Robin? Did you strike the son of a nobleborn? I'm gonna tell him the truth, I think. You tell Father that you repaid the impudent boy in kind. It isn't fair to blame you without letting you speak too. You didn't want to shove that stupid boy. He was the one who shoved you first. But the angry nobleman, the boy's father, will not let you finish. Nobody cares a whit for your so-called truth, little lowborn. The law is the law, and your punishment is due. Your father nods in agreement to these words, no matter how sad they may make him. They lead you and the nobleman's son out of the shop. You are told to bow to him and show humility. A bad feeling sends a shiver down your spine. With a satisfied grin on his face, the boy swings his arm and slaps you on the cheek. He strikes you again and again. Enough. He got what he deserved. We're leaving. Get out of our way. Your head is swimming from the heavy blows. You return to your senses back in your bed, with servants treating your face. Father stays by your side all day. The morning after, you find a little box on your bed with the tin soldiers of the Holy Orders inside. You pay dearly for your stubbornness. Now we're only spineless. Today, Father ordered the dinner table to be brought out into the yard. For the first time in months, he's home, outside the confines of his always locked study. He spent the entire day playing with Nathan, and you discussing various matters with Stefan, now an adolescent, and walking in the garden, and now a dinner under the open sky. Your entire family gathers together with father at the end of the table, smiling. He asks each of you about your studies. Nathan climbs up on his knee and recites a counting rhyme in a funny, sing-song voice. Stefan mentions that his fencing teacher praised his accomplishments. He rises from the table together with Father to show his skill in a practice duel. Next comes Gloria's turn. She stands on her chair and recites a lengthy prayer by heart. Mother showers your sister with praise. Father chuckles quietly, hiding a smile in his mustache. When your turn comes, you recite all the ranks of the Legion, from common soldier to high commander. Stefan listens to you with a skeptical look on his face. Night slowly falls, but the servants ensure that the yard is well illuminated. You don't feel cold in the dusk tonight. It feels good, yet so important. All of you are finally together, sitting at the same table. No fighting, just smiles. No arguing, just pleasant small talk. Then a servant approaches Father with a letter in his hand. He reads it in a dim light, and each line gradually washes the smile off Father's face until only a stone-cold mask remains. Mother looks at Father with an unspoken question in her eyes. Gregor Brante is coming back to Anisot. He is the head of our family, my father. Ever since the news of Grandfather's impending arrival, there has not been a single day when the house has not been cleaned or decorated. Your parents anxiously make sure everything is in order. They tell you to wash your face and hands after walks and scold you for leaving books on the floor. They tell Gloria she will be flogged if she is ever seen hiding in the attic. They make Stefan stay in his room. Even baby Nathan gets in trouble. Everyone is on edge. Then one day Grandfather arrives. It is a grim day, so hot your neck is sticky with sweat. Father, Mother, Stefan, Gloria, you and Nathan. The entire Brante family stands on the porch in front of the house servants lined up behind you. The carriage arrives, and out steps a tall, gaunt old man with a heavy walking stick and a heavier gaze. You cringe instinctively. Good health to you, Father. Children, greet your grandfather as you have been taught. Still trying to look like a real nobleman, are you? You can't fool me, Robert. I was the first of the Brante family to be ennobled by the mantle, and I am the only one who remembers how to bear this burden properly. I live honorably by my lot. Your marriage to that low-born wench cuts us off from ever becoming nobles of the sword. My progeny could have been born bearing noble blood. Father, I beg you, this is not the place. Grandfather eyes him with scorn and walks into the house, the entire family following close behind him. I have been away far too long. The entire house is a mess. This is an insult. How can you live in such a pigsty, Robert? The servants have grown far too lazy, all thanks to your commoner of a wife. I warned you, did I not? And yet you did as you saw fit. And the children, what do they know of tradition or honor? They are being raised in a virtuous family, Father. And now you're speaking like a lowborn who's content to live in humility. Twins willing, now that I am here, this will not happen again. I am taking your oldest son to the capital. I see you cannot provide Stefan with a proper education, so I will correct your mistake. Your brother's fate has been decided just like that. Father does not object. He orders the servants to prepare Stefan for the journey. Stefan freezes in place, glancing at Grandfather and Father again and again. The latter puts a hand on his shoulder reassuringly. Grandfather's lips are a tight line, white with contempt. The house is examined room after room. Everything Grandfather sees is showered with scorn. He scoffs at a crease on a blanket in Nathan's crib in Mother's bedroom. He mocks Gloria's knitting in her room. The door to your room is next. What is this, Robert? Tin soldiers in your younger son's room. He was born a commoner. I won't have him daydreaming of battle. Grandfather seizes the box containing the tin warriors of the Holy Order. Your father stays silent. Anger and fear boils within you. This is your big present from the first day of your studies. It means so much to you. But what if he's right? What if you need to prove your right to command the toy soldiers first? Grandfather shakes his head in disapproval and shoves the toy box into the roaring fireplace. If you wait too long, they will melt in the flames. This is where I struck him last time, and he just kills you. Burst into tears. You watch your beloved present, the token of father's love and care, burn before your very eyes. The tin melts. The unpleasant smell of burning paint fills the air. For a moment you cannot breathe, and you see no reason to maintain your composure. The tears start flowing, burning your cheeks and staining your shirt. You hide your face in your hands. And then you hear grandfather's voice, dripping with disdain. So the boy is a weakling, just like his mother. Oh, you lost willpower there, even if you didn't take a willpower option. Okay. Soon grandfather leaves. Your elder brother Stefan goes with him. From that day on, father's hired teachers tend to you alone. They bore you with monotonous lectures on writing, counting, and the way of life in the blessed Arcanian Empire. You often distract yourself from their instruction by playing with your younger brother Nathan. Your home grows quiet without your elder brother. Too quiet. Weeks later, your family receives a letter from Stefan. Grandfather has sent him to a boarding school for nobles, and he is now studying hard in preparation for his service as a nobleman. The rules here are way too strict. You can't even sneeze without the teacher's permission. But I've been studying with my peers. We're learning how to live as nobles in a noble society. We're also learning the art of swordplay. That's my favorite part. With Stefan now at the boarding school, grandfather arrives once more, this time to live in your home. The only good thing is that he often has urgent business in Eterna, the capital of the Empire, and has to travel there. One day you ask Mother where he lived before. In Eterna, she says, but now his place is here. Each time grandfather returns, he gives the servants new orders. Your home is now always busy with repairs. The servants are redecorating father's chambers, including his library and sitting room. Sometimes father tries to gently talk him out of this. Why subject the house to constant reconstruction? Grandfather's answer is always the same. This home is mine, and I will live here as befits a man of the nobility. Some days your grandfather stays home, and on those days you try your best to stay out of his sight. But there is no way you can avoid family breakfast. The food is there, but you cannot bring yourself to eat it. Mother's eyes are red and swollen. She has been crying all night, again. Grandfather sits at the head of the table where nobody used to sit before. Robert, it is high time your youngest sons underwent their sacraments. Sir Brante, please, let them live free of the lot for a while longer. They are but... Shut your mouth! Robert, that wife of yours is impertinent enough to interrupt me. If this ever happens again, she'll be eating her gruel with the servants in the kitchen where she belongs. It is time you considered a real marriage. Robert, want a woman of the proper station. Gloria drops her fork. Grandfather shoots her a scathing look. A tear rolls down Mother's cheek. Father does not look away from the plate, his hands clenched into fists. Baroness Elodar is one such woman. She is a comely widow and a fine match. She is suing for her inheritance right now, and could use proper support and a husband. You can keep your lowborn Lydia around if you like. Servant, mistress, I don't care. I will not do that, father. I am the head of this family, and the family standing took a severe blow after you married that commoner. It is unthinkable. How could you give up the memory of the beautiful Amalia Elborn for this lowly woman and that bastard child of hers? But now you have a chance to set things right. Don't disappoint me. Father nods curtly, trying not to look in Mother's direction. Father, I wish to see Stefan. If I find your conduct in the Baroness's presence satisfactory enough, then you may see him. She is coming for a visit tomorrow. Be prepared. Grandfather wipes his mouth with his napkin, throws it onto his plate, and leaves. Mother's lips move silently. Nobody says a word. Then father stands up and orders you and the other children back to your rooms. He needs to speak to mother in private. Father comes to your room before bedtime. He sits on the edge of the bed and adjusts a crease on the woolen blanket. He distanced himself from you after Stefan's departure, so you're not used to such attention from him. In the candlelight you can see his face in the dark. There is a sour expression on it. My son, Baroness Emma Elodar will be visiting us tomorrow. Please be polite and treat her with respect. Nathan will do as you do. I want this dinner to be as immaculate as possible. Don't let me down. On the next day, Mother starts dressing you and Nathan for the coming dinner. You see red all around her eyes. She has been crying, and for a long time. It hurts just to look at her. Nathan starts whining quietly. You and Nathan are dressed in new doublets, your tousled hair brushed into shape. Gloria is told to stay in her room. Father appears wearing his best suit. Mother is in a humble brown dress, looking pale. Grandfather has an uncharacteristically contented look about him. You hear the sound of wheels and hooves against the cobbles in the yard. Then a pair of dainty heels come clacking. The antechamber is completely quiet and still, fearing grandfather's observant eye. The door opens. You see your guest, a beautiful dark-haired woman in a dress of elegant deep blue. Father takes the hand of Lady Elodar and kisses it, showering her in compliments. Grandfather's face is beaming in her presence. No one ever bothers to introduce Mother. Baroness, allow me to introduce you Robert's sons, Robin and Nathan Brante. Frankly, it's his eldest, Stefan, who deserves the most attention, but currently he is studying in Eterna with other young noblemen like himself. It is my hope that his younger sons will also make me proud one day. Grandfather eyes you with a probing look. How will you act in front of the Baroness? Will you accept her here, next to your mother, your father's rightful wife? This is what I did last time, demand your mother be introduced. Maintain your composure. Greet her with restraint. Avoid getting too involved in the event. No, we'll greet her politely. We'll do what they tell me. You follow father's example and kiss the Baroness's fingers gently. Her laughter fills the antechamber, ringing like chimes. You gallantly offer to lead her to the sitting room. Lady Elodar graciously agrees. Behind your back you can hear Mother sobbing. Grandfather and Baroness Elodar engage in small talk over dinner. She tells him of the woes of litigation over her late husband's inheritance, and he advises her like the judge he is. Father is mostly silent, only getting in a word or two. You do your absolute best to behave yourself. After the decorous farewells to Lady Elodar, Father quietly thanks you for your model behavior. The morning after, he leaves for Eterna with Grandfather to visit Stefan. Mother spends almost an entire day in her bedroom. You cannot bring yourself to speak to her. Father returns from the capital in a quiet rage. You overhear your parents talking. Apparently Grandfather has already poisoned Stefan's mind against him, and he greeted Father with cold hostility. The name of Baroness Elodar is never mentioned in the house again. Okay. Father now checks on your studies often and nitpicks you for sitting or eating or speaking in an incorrect fashion. Once he becomes so annoyed, he says that he wishes Stefan had been the one to stay home instead of you. You never expected to hear these words from your father of all people. Grandfather's trip to the capital took longer than expected. It feels lighter around the house without his presence. You allow yourself a little change of scenery. Instead of your room, you now busy yourself with reading and calculations in the sitting room across from the open door to the yard. Gloria has joined you today. She has already helped you progress through several complex passages in the book. Right now she seems preoccupied with a strange tube. Aren't you hurt by the way Grandfather treats you? You ask. Gloria just shrugs. Grandfather always says they should get rid of me. I'm used to it now. He hurts you a lot worse because you're closer to him. I just have to stay out of his way, that's it. She shows you the strange tube she's been holding all day. Look, it's a kaleidoscope. I got it as a gift. Want to see inside? Excited by the idea, you close the book and peer into the tiny hole on one end of the tube. Your eyes sees a multitude of intricate patterns. Each turn of the tube reveals a new web of interwoven colors. They mesmerize you. The kaleidoscope turns the fire burning in the fireplace into a cavalry made of flames. You're riding at the front of the fiery horseman, ready to face the enemy. Grandfather's face emerges from the intersecting lines, and you swing the kaleidoscope like a sword, cutting it in half. Now you look at the blue sky through the window. The patterns are unending, secretive and calm and peaceful. Just like Father's smile before Grandfather's invasion. The deep blue gives way to a scattering of gold, radiating gentle warmth, like Mother's arms. This fleeting beauty soon gives way to a hypnotic new pattern. Again and again you see your family in these interconnecting figures, as they come together and break apart. And in the middle of this golden glow you see Gloria's green eyes gazing at you observantly. Your sister left you long ago. The books are abandoned, and time slips away unchecked. But you are still busy peering into the kaleidoscope. Order emerges from the chaos before your eyes again and again, but you cannot preserve it, no matter how you try. You are caught in an inner conflict. There is so much that can be done with this kaleidoscope. Should you take it apart, or ask Gloria how it works? Or keep enjoying the patterns it shows you? But you still have lessons to do today. Take it apart. Yeah. I'm gonna return to my studies. You put the kaleidoscope away and return to studying the book. There is so much you have to discuss with Gloria. You cannot help but wonder what things did she see there. But first, your lessons. When Father walks in, he sees you hard at work over the book. He chuckles in approval, then spots the kaleidoscope on the table next to you. He puts the toy to his eye, then freezes still for a moment. It takes him an effort to put it back down. Then he praises you for being diligent and leaves. When today's section of the book is finished, you take the toy upstairs to your sister's room and tell her what you saw in it. Gloria smiles, knowing what you felt. I once saw a ballroom full of dancers. I watched it for an entire hour. My hands even got sore. You spend a long time with your sister discussing the kaleidoscope figures, and you feel a strong connection to her. The toy has brought you closer together, made you interconnected, just like the lines and figures in its colorful eye. Grandfather's visits are no longer a cause for fear and panic in the house. He has become something you are used to, something nagging yet not unordinary, like a splinter or a stain on your trousers. The tension still remains, however. Sir Gregor's disdain for everyone in the house is so palpable it almost stings for real. Your lessons with the tutor are done for today. You're walking down the stairs when you spot Gloria peeping into the sitting room, through a slightly open door. You sneak up on your sister and tap her lightly on the shoulder. She is startled. Oh, it's you, Robin. Look, Sir Gregor is eating something. Grandfather is sitting on the sofa, flipping through a book with one hand and reaching for a glass bowl with another now and then. Inside the bowl you see candied fruit, a sweet confectionery forbidden to the common estate, like all sweet things. Yet Grandfather's face shows no pleasure as he keeps consuming the high-born treats. The clock strikes 3. Grandfather rises from his seat, puts away the bowl on a shelf, and leaves for the yard. He always takes a walk in the city at this time. Gloria nudges you with her elbow and looks at the candy bowl when you look at her. The first emotion you feel is fear, but next comes curiosity, and it is stronger. Stefan used to boast that candied fruit tastes incredible, and now you have a perfect opportunity to try it. You try a candied fruit first. The sugar starts to melt as soon as you put it on your tongue. It is so sweet. You have never eaten anything as good as this. You take the whole bowl off the shelf and give it to your sister. She takes a fruit and brings it to her mouth, carefully like a rare treasure. There is a thumping on the stairs, footsteps accompanied by the knocking of a walking stick. You have no idea why, but grandfather is back. You quickly hide behind the sofa and pull Gloria after you, but she is frozen in place, with the bowl in her hands. The door opens. Grandfather's menacing figure advances on Gloria. His hand seizes her arm. You squalid, ungrateful, low-born child. How dare you bite the hand that feeds you? You and your trollop of a mother would be sleeping in a ditch if it weren't for my spineless son. The sweet and pleasant things in life are for the noble estate, not for the likes of you. Did you forget your lot? His hand swings and hits Gloria on the cheek. She falls to the floor right next to where you're hidden. Her fingers glisten with the warm, melted sugar that brought you here. Grandfather advances again, his walking stick ready, but then he sees you huddling behind the armchair. Please don't hurt him, Sir Brant. This is all my fault. He tried to stop me. You can already see a bruise on Gloria's cheek. This is only the beginning of her punishment. Gloria was caught red-handed, unlike you. You can still avoid your punishment. What is it then, milksop? Did you try the sugar too, or were you trying to stop this piece of filth like she says? You convince grandfather that you were trying to stop Gloria. You stand up and start talking. Yes, Gloria was telling the truth. You were trying to stop her. Grandfather tilts his head as he keeps you transfixed by his inhospitably bitter gaze. Then why did you hide behind the armchair like a petty thief? It was all Gloria, you tell him. She told you to hide. Gloria looks at you with pain and disappointment when you say this. Grandfather nods, satisfied by your answer. He tells you to stay and watch him punish Gloria. For the first time in your life, you see somebody else being punished. Her skin split apart by grandfather's walking stick, her clothes getting soaked in blood as she writhes in agony. Night comes, but Gloria's sobbing keeps you awake. You go to her bedroom and try to calm her down, but a muffled "Go away" is her only reaction. She lied to grandfather for you, so why is she angry with you now? Mother takes Gloria to church next morning. They return late in the afternoon and Gloria begs father on her knees for forgiveness. She would never ever take what she does not deserve by birth, she pleads. She does not look at you, not even once. But I am prepared for anything. Father and mother have been focused on Nathan and you since early morning. Instead of breakfast, you are told to say your prayers, wash your hands and faces, and get dressed in plain white shirts. Today is the day of your sacrament. Mother, I want to go play in the yard. No playing today. You and Robin are big boys now. It is time for you both to have your first sacrament. No one can live without a lot. I don't want a lot. Be quiet and listen. You were born commoners, so you must accept a low-born lot before the twins. When you grow up, you will get a chance to earn a noble lot. Father and mother take you to the carriage. Nathan is hungry. He starts whining. Grandfather is the last to get in the carriage. His eyes are on you and your brother, looking for every fault. Soon the carriage is moving along the streets of Anisot, slowly and solemnly. One more turn and you see the colossal white building marked by two massive pillars. For the first time in your life, you are to enter the Church of the Twin Gods. You enter the gate and walk under the splendorous dome of the church. The church hall is divided into two halves. They are drastically different from one another. The floor on one side is rough and jagged and covered in dried brown spots, while the floor on the other is made of smooth marble. The commoners kneel on the jagged floor, and the well-dressed nobles and their families sit on the pews. Father and grandfather leave you to sit on one of the nobles' pews. Mother walks to the rough stone of the commoner's side and gets down on her knees. You see her wince in pain, for the low-born estate shall suffer in the house of the faith. The church acolytes surround you and lead you to the altar, where you and the other children will take your sacrament this day. Before you stands a tall priest dressed in black, with a sword in one hand and a hefty whip in the other. Nathan's whining grows louder. He dislikes this place. He is scared. You remain quiet, but your stomach roils in uneasy anticipation. The first child to take the sacrament is a jaunty little boy from a family of nobles. The priest extends the sword before him and recites the words of his lot. From this day forth he will fight and rule and pursue the arts, his mind now forever free from the throes of suffering, for he now belongs to the noble lot. The boy proudly touches the flat of the blade with his lips. Nathan is next to receive the sacrament. He suddenly snaps out of his fearful trance and tries to break free, but the acolyte pulls him towards the altar and throws him on the jagged floor on the lowborn side. The sharp edges bite into Nathan's knees as he lands, spraying drops of red around him.
I don't wanna! Robin, why do they want to whip me? What did I do?
You try to break free and run to Nathan's side. You want to give him courage and protect him, but the acolyte's grip on you is too firm. You feel utterly helpless. Your little brother has to face the world all by himself, and we all know how that went. The priest starts reciting the words of the lot as he swings the lash over Nathan's shoulders. From this day forth, Nathan, thou shalt endure and work and suffer. Thou shalt be ardent in thy labor and humble in obedience to thy rulers. And now cometh thy first true suffering, which thou must accept with gratitude. The lash cracks. It strikes his right shoulder. It strikes his left shoulder. The blows are so powerful that Nathan falls to the floor. The priest tells him to rise. He has received his lot. Nathan gets on his feet and drags himself towards Mother, his knees torn and bloodied, his spirit broken. It is your turn. Your feet will not move. You can barely muster enough strength to walk to the altar. You get down on your knees and feel the sharp stones below. So sharp your clothing cannot protect you. Your skin begins to burn. The acolyte forces your head down and you feel the lash being drawn above you, ready to strike. The priest's words are for you now. This is thy sacrament. Thou shalt work and endure and suffer. Thou art about to receive thy first true suffering by the sacred lash. Dost thou accept thy lot? Yes, I accept it. The moment before the lash reaches you stretches out into an eternity. Its sound approaches you slowly as it slices through the air. The whip cracks. It strikes you on the right shoulder. The lash is so heavy it bends your back and forces you to the floor. The lash cracks again. It hits you on the left shoulder. There is blood running down your back. Rise now, commoner, the priest tells you. You stand. Everything looks blurry. You can barely walk on the sharp floor. Mother takes your hand and leads you away from the altar. There is agony, but there is also unfathomable tranquility. This is right. This is what you deserve. This is how it should be. This is the way of the world and its laws. From this day forth, you will accept all suffering in life with humility and patience, for you are a commoner. Oh, we're spineless. Alright. I think we'll stop there for today, though. I just wanted to get started. The mark left on you by the sacrament takes a long, long time to heal. Mother says it is a reminder of your lot. Suffering and sufferance, pain and patience. Gloria shows you the mark of the lash on her shoulder one day. It will never disappear. You are a commoner now. This is the lot you were born into. But Father keeps telling you to study hard, so you may yet earn a different lot and become a noble of the mantle. You recall the past with warm sadness, when Stefan still lived with you, or when he wrote to you for a time shortly after he left. Now he thinks it beneath him to write to the commoners in his family. Mother didn't lock herself in the bedroom as often back then. This changed shortly before Nathan was born. But most importantly, you missed the time before the terrifying figure of your grandfather was constantly looming over you. You learned the true power of the lot only after the head of the family's arrival. In grandfather's eyes, no commoner deserves to be treated with kindness. Is this just him, or is it the way of the entire world? The very thought makes you queasy. You are older now, and what's more, you are an elder brother now. You've learned how to care about someone else, and how to teach and protect. Soon you are a small boy no longer. As the days pass, play gradually gives way to laborious study. Now your choices will decide your place in the bizarre and truthless world of adulthood. Your childhood years are over. cutscene. Untouched by death.
I was growing up fast. The school, the streets,
The
and
school.
the whole wide world awaited me beyond the gate of my parents' house.
Chapter 2, Adolescence. You've lived in this world for 8 years now. As you grow older, life grows more complex. The world of your childhood was limited to your house and family, but now that realm is expanding. It also includes your neighborhood, the nearby houses, the streets of the ancient city of Anizat. A question now looms over you, growing more pressing with each passing year. What will your place be in this vast outside world? Few people in the blessed Archnean Empire trouble themselves with this question. It's not within a man or woman's power to choose. Their destiny is predetermined by their birth and those who bore them. And yet your peculiar birth has granted you a choice. Your father is a man of nobility, a worthy example in matters of duty and honor. Your mother is a commoner, of lowly estate, humility and patience made flesh. And your sky is ablaze day and night with the light of the shining pillar, the beacon of the clergy. Your back bears the mark of the lash. Will you accept the drudgery and suffering that is the lot of the lowborn for your entire life? Or will you follow in the footsteps of your father and your father's father, and fight for the right to serve the empire as a noble of the mantle? Perhaps you will follow the twin gods' word and offer spiritual guidance to others. The answer lies out there in that vast, terrifying world. What awaits you beyond the walls of your home? I just want to get past this and save. When it says just... There we go. There we go. Alright. We'll continue more tomorrow. We'll see if we can actually make it through without dying. Make it to the Civil War or whatever. But it is a pretty long game to get through. So, like, replaying it does take some time. How long was it? It wasn't that long. 10 hours. I thought I was playing more than that. Okay, like 13 hours. Or 12 hours, I would say. 12 hours. But yeah. Until next time. Thanks for hanging. Have a good night. Bye-bye.